A different world. Like hell on Earth.
It's a time bomb here.
Zero tolerance.
Spread your legs. Against the wall. Head down.
All this behind bars. Gangs. Violence. Drugs. Harassment. A daily survival of the fittest. In the toughest prisons in the world. 6-meter-high walls. Secured by 3 rows of fences. Heavily armed guards here endeavor to keep 3,000 inmates under control.
They're just waiting for us to make a mistake.
Behind the walls, rival drug gangs battle it out. Porto Velho is located in Brazil's northwest. It is a city of 500,000 inhabitants on the edge of the Amazon. Just a stone's throw across the Rio Madeira are Bolivia and Peru, 2 of the largest cocaine producers in the world. In the last 2 years alone, police have seized $2.5 million worth of cocaine at the border. Just a fraction of what drug gangs are smuggling into the country. Monday morning, Porto Velho police station. Anyone caught with drugs or weapons ends up here first, in the police holding cells. 28-year-old Naum was arrested by the police on Saturday evening. He had tried to rob a bar while high on cocaine.
I've done nothing wrong. It's a misunderstanding. I'm innocent.
But the police see things differently.
He was caught with this weapon while committing a robbery. It's plastic and very light, but it looks deceptively real. When you're being threatened with it, it's impossible to distinguish it from a real weapon.
Brazilian law makes no distinction between real or toy weapons. Only the crime counts. If found guilty, Naum faces up to 15 years behind bars.
I'm desperate. My family really needs me at the moment. My wife will be having a baby this month. If they don't release me, I'll miss the birth of my daughter. I admit that I sometimes do take drugs and drink too much alcohol. I'm sorry about that. I have a drug problem. But other than that, I haven't done anything. I don't know what to do now.
But instead of going back to his family, Naum is going to be held in a pre-trial prison. He will remain there until a judge decides whether or not he will go to trial. Even for a seemingly small fry like Naum, the security measures are extremely high. Brazil has the world's second largest cocaine market after the USA. Police and drug gangs are at war right across the country. Several police vehicles accompany every prisoner transport. The motorcade's destination? The Porto Velho prison complex. Seven prisons in total, constructed one after the other to cope with the increasing number of criminals. The most notorious of these prisons is the pre-trial prison Urso Branco, the White Bear, one of the worst jails in all of Brazil. Riots have been taking place here almost every year since 2002. Gangs battling for control of the drug business are also fighting it out behind bars. They use every opportunity to eliminate rival gang members. In the past 20 years, more than 100 people have died in riots behind the walls of Urso Branco, a sad record for Brazil. The situation in Urso Branco remains a powder keg, despite the government tightening security in recent years. Sanitary conditions are catastrophic. Cells are desperately overcrowded. Guards face the constant risk of attack.
Something can happen at any moment.
Instead of the usual batons, guards here carry shotguns with live ammunition. This is the only way they can keep the situation under control. Fights between inmates take place repeatedly. Fights that can quickly develop into the next riot. Before the new arrivals are taken inside the prison, they are screened by the guards.
Go into that room over there.
Everyone has to go through a body scanner. This is to prevent new detainees from being used to smuggle drugs or even weapons into the jail. Naum is then put behind bars, at least until it is decided whether he will be charged. The police hand him over to the guards at Urso Branco. Like all new inmates, Naum is first put in a cage. The newly arrested here are waiting to be heard by a judge. The hearing will take place later by video conference. Taking the inmates to court would be far too dangerous. Naum is still hopeful of being out in a few hours.
Eu vou ver o que o juiz vai decidir, né? Porque
We'll soon know what the judge decides. I mean, it wasn't even a real gun, and the bar owner isn't illegal. I don't think he will testify. Then, there's no evidence.
Tá até sem documento o rapaz, não tem? Eu acho que ele nem vai lá no dia da audiência, pô.
So, the waiting begins. Meanwhile, it is now late morning. The sun beats down mercilessly. Temperatures rise to well over 30 degrees Celsius. Despite the roof, the heat in the cages is almost unbearable, but the new inmates receive nothing but water. If it comes to trial, Naum will end up in another block. The pre-trial prison has a total of 8 blocks. Inmates there are segregated according to crimes. Block G is for new arrivals and sex offenders. Block H for crimes such as robbery or fraud. Block I for suspected murderers. Block J for those arrested for domestic violence. The large main building is made of 4 blocks. All drug criminals end up there, segregated according to gang membership. It also has solitary confinement cells. The prison is surrounded by a 6-meter-high and 1.5-meter thick wall. It has 2 functions. In the event of riots, guards can keep the prisoners in check from here. The wall also serves as a bulwark against attacks from the outside. "19 guards per shift are responsible for the nearly 600 inmates. This means just 1 guard for every 30 prisoners. Clayton and his colleague Diego are doing the rounds and checking cells.
Take that away.
A gente também verifica a urbanidade aqui da cela, né?
We check that everything is locked
Algum material que está
and that we have a clear view to see what the inmates are doing in the cells.
fazendo aqui dentro. Tudo é uma questão de segurança mesmo.
The guards are heavily armed and always carry loaded weapons. Each rifle contains a cartridge with special anti-riot ammunition made of rubber, but it can be reloaded with live ammunition. The main wing is next, where the drug criminals are held.
We have to be especially careful here because of the risk of a prisoner breaking out and attacking or taking us hostage. Several colleagues have already died in here. A prisoner once smuggled in a gun. He was hiding here in the shadows and couldn't be seen. He fired at my colleague and hit him here in the side, exactly where the vest has no protection. Things got really messy.
A guard earns the equivalent of $500 a month, just over half the average income in Brazil, even though they risk their lives every day at work.
We are at risk not only in here, but also outside. But it's our job, our life, no matter where we are, at home or with our families.
The drug gangs will stop at nothing. They threaten the guards on the street, even snatch their children while they're playing or at school.
At the moment, everything is okay. I say at the moment because things can change quickly.
Inmates get 2 hours per day in the prison courtyard. 2 hours when they are not crammed into the fully overcrowded cells. Most inmates use the time for exercise. A freedom that the new inmates do not have. After 4 hours in the blazing heat, Naum eventually gets a video hearing with the judge. And the judge dashes any hopes Naum had. The bar owner, the alleged victim, has unexpectedly testified. No final decision has been made as yet to whether the case will go to trial. But Naum's chances look bleak, so it's back into the cage.
The judge believes the victim more than me, but that's probably always the case. If I were to tell people now that I'd been robbed, people would believe me more too. It's word against word. I'll have to wait and see. I don't know when the decision will be made.
The final decision on whether to press charges will eventually come by mail. Naum can do nothing but wait. He cannot afford a lawyer. If convicted in a trial, he'll be taken straight from the Urso Branco pre-trial detention center to here. The Jorge Thiago Aguiar Afonso maximum security prison, known as 603 for the number of inmates it can hold. Heavily armed guards, 3 rows of fences. The prison, built in 2019, has the highest security standards in the country. The prison represents the state's declaration of war on drug gangs. The start of a shift at the maximum security prison. Senior guard Antonio briefs his team on the day's schedule. Here too, rifles with live ammunition are part of the guard's standard equipment. First up is exercise in the courtyard. Inmates are allowed out of their cells for 2 hours a day.
It's the worst moment. Courtyard exercise. There have been several incidents involving prisoners trying to escape or taking a weapon from a guard. It sometimes feels like a kind of competition among the prisoners. Who can kill someone?
The prison has 3 wings with 20 cells each. Prisoners are segregated according to which gang they belong to. Block A is for members of the Comando Vermelho, Brazil's largest drug gang. Block B and C are for members of the Primeiro Comando da Capital, also a powerful gang, the biggest rival gang originating in Sao Paulo's favelas. Another floor exists above the cells. It has one purpose only: extra locking for the cells below. Courtyard exercise begins, an elaborate procedure, which is exactly the same every time. First, Antonio unlocks the cells from below.
Each cell has 2 locking systems, one down here, one up there. The locks on the lower floor can be unlocked first, but the inmates can't get out until the locks are opened up there. That's our security system.
The first rule for dealing with prisoners: reduce direct contact to 0 whenever possible. After unlocking the lower locks, Antonio and his men withdraw. Only now does a colleague from the floor above open the second locks on the cells. These security measures are having an impact. So far, no one has succeeded in attacking a guard at the maximum security prison. But everyone knows they can't drop their guard for a second. The inmates are just waiting for them to do so. Antonio and his men use every courtyard session to carry out searches. They randomly search the empty cells.
They will try to turn anything into weapons and then hide it. That's what we're mainly looking for.
The guards are extremely thorough. They are well aware that they would be the first victims of a self-made weapon. Finished. A short break. In 2 hours, the inmates will have to return to their cells. But for some inmates, even these security measures are not enough. These prisoners have a special wing, isolated from the rest, and with even stricter security measures.
We isolate these people here from the others. They are senior gang members and have very long sentences. They must not have any contact with the others.
Assis is one of the most notorious prisoners here, sentenced to 499 years. His cellmate, Francisco, has been sentenced to 113 years. Due to their high sentences and brutal acts, they have a notorious celebrity status within the prison. In a prison riot, Assis killed 28 members of the opposing gang.
Being here is horrible. Yes, I made a mistake and I'm paying for it. I think a lot about my family. I miss them. My son was 3 years old when I went to prison. Now he's 15.
He hasn't seen him since. His family wants nothing more to do with him. Assis and Francisco spend 23 hours a day in approximately 8 square meters of space, isolated from everyone else. The only things to do are crocheting and Bible reading. There is no running water, no electricity, and even the view from the window is grim.
The cell is much too small. It's actually just for one person. When it rains, water comes through the ceiling. This makes it even more difficult for us to live together. I was here first, so I get to sleep in the bed. He's only got that space over there and has to sleep in the damp.
And the mattress is always in the way. I can't even stretch out properly. But we have to get along.
Even early release would be no consolation. Both have stated that they no longer want to be part of the gang. What they could now expect on the outside would be far worse than jail.
If, like me, you have belonged to one gang and have drawn blood from another gang, that is, killed a lot of the opposing gang members, and then you decide to turn your back on the whole thing, you've then got both gangs as enemies. If I get free, I'll have to try to leave the country as soon as possible, or I'll leave it in another way. It doesn't sound nice, but that's the reality. Your former gang might still forgive you, but the others never forget that you killed their people. Whatever the case, I would have to be extremely careful.
Locked up in a maximum security prison or dead. The prospects for Assis and Francisco are bleak. Back in Urso, Branco, Naum still doesn't know if and for how long he will stay here. The judge has adjourned the decision until the next day. Naum must therefore spend the night in the pre-trial prison.
Everything just sucks. I just want to get out of here. I just think about my family and my daughter all the time.
All new inmates spend their first days in cell G1. Whatever the crime and whatever the gang affiliation.
Get back. Get away from the doorway. Go. Go to the back.
Only when the prisoners are all at the other end of the cell do the guards open the cell.
Shut the door. Pull it shut.
Naum shares the cell with 19 other inmates. 19 men who are in custody here for robbery, murder, rape, and drug trafficking. Inside is cramped, and the sanitary facilities are catastrophic. As the new guy, Naum is at the bottom of the pecking order.
I guess I'll have to sleep on the floor. I hope at least I get a toothbrush.
What's worse is that the situation behind bars can escalate at any time. Like in 2002, back then, one of the worst prison riots in Brazil broke out in Urso Branco. The guards withdrew and left the prisoners to their fate. Almost 40 prisoners were brutally murdered. Many were injured. Only the military were able to bring the situation back under control. For the past 2 years, Angenisum Ferreira Chisusa has been security chief in Urso Branco. Every day, he and his men battle to maintain control of Brazil's most notorious prison. Under his leadership, there has been no major rioting.
We only have 580 prisoners now, instead of more than 1,000 previously. This, of course, makes things a little easier. We try to ensure quick transfers so that the numbers don't increase again. The prison used to be way too crowded. In the meantime, we've got more guards, more weapons, and better training.
Unlike prisons in most other countries in the world, guards here carry live weapons. Under Ferreira de Sousa, how prisoners are handled has also been tightened up.
As far as our security concept is concerned, we treat all inmates the same, because any of them could pose a threat at any time. Any of them could attempt to escape or start a riot. We need to keep a close eye on all of them. Don't be deceived. Even a seemingly harmless inmate can be manipulated by a more dangerous prisoner. That's why we treat everyone with the same caution, no matter what they're here for.
He and his men have been successful yet again. Behind the walls of Urso Branco, another day has come to an end without incident. The night passes quietly. There have been no issues. For inmate Naum, it will be decided today whether he will see his family again soon.
It's good to read. It gives strength. It gives comfort when God talks to me through the Bible. It strengthens. It gives me courage to cope with this situation here. It's not nice to be confined to a cell. I miss my family. I miss being able to just go anywhere I want.
If charges are brought, the law permits Naum to be held in pre-trial detention for a maximum of 30 days. But the reality is different. The courts are overwhelmed and trials delayed. Inmates often remain behind bars for years. Like Giovanni, for example. He's among those inmates who have been the longest in Urso Branco. He was charged with domestic violence. He's been waiting for his trial for a year and a half. Due to good behavior, he eventually landed a prison job. There are no earnings, but he can use the job to reduce any prison sentence.
We hand out breakfast in the mornings. We then clean up the trash and wash down the corridors.
The biggest risk to workers, tuberculosis, one of the deadliest infectious diseases in the world. Every year, 1.5 million people die from it. The disease is highly prevalent in Brazilian prisons due to poor sanitary conditions. Workers like Giovanni work everywhere throughout the prison. They are therefore particularly at risk of contracting the disease and spreading the infection. But the jobs are still highly sought after. The workers have their own building and can enter their cells as they want. And compared to the normal cells, theirs are quite luxurious. They also enjoy many privileges.
This is where we usually meet for our lunchtime or afternoon coffee. This is a Brazilian tradition that we are allowed to continue here.
A total of 12 workers share the space.
In the evening, we put the mattresses here and the fans outside.
The greatest luxury, a bathroom.
We have water here and even a shower. We use the water in here for flushing the toilet. Most cells don't have electricity, but we have electricity and light. This is the difference between our cells and the others. We have it because we work.
Giovanni won't enjoy these privileges much longer, even though he doesn't know it yet. In another place, a decision has been made. The judge has ordered that Naum be charged with aggravated robbery. It is now certain that he'll be staying longer. After registration formalities, hair shaving is scheduled, a procedure that awaits every inmate sooner or later.
É ruim, né? Ficar careca.
This feels like total
Fica
crap.
esquisito, entendeu?
I don't want
Né?
any of this.
Naum is now officially part of the system. A merciless system. Security Chief Adjinisson has scheduled a cell search for today. Not only for reasons of security, but also as a demonstration of power. The guards are supported by a special unit referred to as GAPI. The unit was founded in 2017 in response to the many riots. These men are specially trained to take out rioting prisoners and regain control of the prison.
Essa daqui. Pessoal, sala 2. Tem quantos internos aí, sala 2?
How many of you are in the cell? Come out in groups of 2.
Dois em dois.
Every inmate must leave the cell for the search.
Bora, dois em dois.
Come out. Backwards. With your back to us. Out, out.
Bora, vai pra lá, vai pra lá. Vai pra lá.
The action moves so fast that the prisoners don't have time to resist.
Pode entrar. Segue, Steve, pode seguir. Pode levar.
You can go.
Pode seguir.
Go,
Pode
go.
levar. Mão
We can
direita,
go
mão
in.
direita,
Follow me
tá na
inside.
frente.
The security guards check whether anyone is still hiding in the cell. They take the prisoners to the courtyard. The inmates will have to wait there until the end of the cell search. Although the men are only being held in pre-trial detention, the security forces treat them like serious criminals.
Squats, start. 3 times. Feet forward. The other.
Aqui abre as pernas, bora, abre as pernas. Encaixa nele aí. Cola na parede.
If you end up in jail in Brazil, you have practically no rights, regardless of whether you are being held in pre-trial detention or have been convicted. And the majority of inmates can't afford a lawyer anyway. The cell search is conducted by Security Chief Adjinisson himself. Inmates may only possess hygiene products and food that relatives send. Even cigarettes are banned. Opportunities to hide things from the guards are not great, so inmates get creative. The security chief looks for hiding places in the ceilings, walls, and floors.
They make holes for drugs and disguise them extremely well. You need to check everything with a knife to find the holes.
Material assim fazer isso.
The inmates' mattresses are next. They are a good hiding place for self-made weapons. The prisoners store their few belongings in plastic bags.
Tobacco or drugs could be hidden here. They often use waistbands.
The security chief has found nothing so far, but then a simple note catches his attention.
There are phone numbers on it, and names.
He suspects it could be contact information for a gang. And it is.
This note might be used to organize a crime. There are lots of dates and names on it. The gang might need them to plan a crime. We're going to confiscate it. There could also be dates and numbers or names in this. Looks like a book, but it's a bomb.
The chief of security is satisfied with the results of his search.
This shouldn't be here.
After more than an hour in the blazing sun, the prisoners are allowed back into their cells. Punishment for the owner of the note can range from a ban on visitors to solitary confinement. It is now early evening. Food for the inmates is provided by an external company. Giovanni and his colleagues pick it up at the entrance. A good way to smuggle drugs into prison.
I've been here so long. By the time I get to court, I'll have almost served my sentence. Why should I do anything wrong now? I just want to do things properly. I want to be truly free.
But Giovanni is not as exemplary as he appears at the moment. It'll become clear later. There is no canteen, far too risky. Inmates get food handed to them in their cells. The doors are not even open to hand over the food. Nevertheless, the workers are repeatedly attacked.
They think we can smuggle stuff for them, but we can only give them their food. Then they get mad and throw coffee and water bottles at us. That's a coffee burn here.
The inmates get meals 3 times a day. There's no menu to choose from. If you don't like it, you're out of luck. After the main wing, it's the turn of the outer cells. The newcomers get their food last. For security reasons, cutlery is not provided. It would be too easy for the inmates to make weapons out of it.
I fold it into a spoon. That's how you do it.
At least the food doesn't look that bad.
It's okay. I'm hungry.
But hunger is the least of Naum's problems. A bigger priority is getting through Urso Branco unscathed.
I don't talk to anyone here. In a place like this, it's better to keep your mouth shut.
Naum is clinging to the hope that the illegal bar owner will not appear in court to testify. Then there would be insufficient evidence to convict him, and he could go home to his family. A little later, something extremely rare happens. In Urso Branco, another cell search is scheduled. In the wing for the workers, an unusual measure. The reason for this search? The guards have caught inmate Giovanni smuggling. Giovanni has been supplying drugs with the food in the hope that the gang would get him a lawyer. No one knows how long he's been doing it. The search will reveal the extent of the smuggling and whether other workers are involved.
Well, the first thing we do is that we take everything away from the walls and put it in the middle, in a big pile. Then we have to check the clothes. Things are often hidden in hangars. We really have to check everything thoroughly.
The guards are being thorough. It takes them almost an hour to turn the cell upside down.
The search has been completed. We haven't found any forbidden items in the workers' cell.
E agora vamos seguir para continuar a rotina da unidade.
This won't change anything for Giovanni. He'll spend at least 2 weeks in solitary confinement and will lose all his privileges. Even worse, he'll end up in one of these cells and be at the mercy of the laws and rules of life in Brazil's Urso Branco prison. A prison that is certainly one of the most dangerous and harshest in the world. A different world with its own rules.
I know it will be hard when I have the baby and they take it from me. I think about it almost every night.
Their life is in somebody else's hands.
If you don't keep water, you don't have water for the day.
All this behind bars. Gangs. Violence. Drugs. Harassment. A daily survival of the fittest. In the toughest prisons in the world. Mandaluyong City in the Greater Manila area. Roughly 25% of the inhabitants of the Philippines live in poverty. Those without money end up in the slums. Men as well as women. The fates of many end in crime. The most common crimes: fraud, prostitution, and drugs. Sooner or later, female offenders who get caught end up here. the Correctional Institution for Women, or CIW for short. It's the oldest and largest women's prison in the Philippines, founded in 1931. Designed for 1,000 PDLs, persons deprived of liberty, today there are about 3 times as many. Prisoners range from petty criminals to drug dealers, from murderers to gang members. The guards are outnumbered. Your best bet at keeping prisoners under control? Strict rules that everyone must adhere to.
In the morning, we have to wake up all at 5:30. No one is allowed to lay down after that. Then we will have our morning prayer. After morning prayer, we will be allowed to have a shower for 10 minutes.
Over and over again, checks to ensure no one has managed to escape. 5 times a day.
149, 150, 151, 152.
100% security? Impossible.
This is a sharp object, and this hammer can be used to smash someone's head during a brawl, so we need to confiscate this screwdriver and hammer.
Tools, gas canisters, knives, all potentially lethal weapons. In addition, new female offenders are admitted here every day. Like Rowena Okat, who was convicted of child abuse. To ensure that new prisoners don't cause a problem, the guards focus on maximum de-escalation from the start.
Stay away from gossip and from fighting with others. And because we're all just human, you will meet many people whose values and ways are different from yours. There are mean people. Some are okay. You should just avoid trouble for your own sake. Just remember this. You are not allowed to borrow money because it's the root of all problems.
The standard registration procedure follows. Besides the normal paperwork, the officers document scars and tattoos, as well as the weight and health status of the new arrivals. From now on, Rowena's fate is in the hands of the CIW.
I feel nothing. That's all I feel. Yeah, it's my first time.
Her sentence, 6 years, 8 months, and 1 day. By the end of her imprisonment, the guards will have reduced Rowena's personal belongings to an absolute minimum.
This is not allowed inside because they will be given things for sleeping in there. Also, this bedsheet has got prints all over it. This is prohibited. What we provide is all that is allowed. So we know which items belong to the Correctional Institute. It helps to avoid items from the outside.
From now on, an entire life here fits into a 50-liter box.
When they enter, they are provided with a towel, basic shorts, slippers, as well as a t-shirt. Just basics like soap, toothpaste for their teeth. And then these are the shoes we provide. They are not allowed to use things that were not provided by the Correctional Institute.
Time to go into the oldest and largest women's prison in the Philippines. Rowena will be locked away with over 1,000 others. The number of guards who could intervene in an emergency here is reduced to a minimum. Now, she is finally behind bars. The final check, not in a separate room alone with the guards, but under the watchful eyes of the other PDLs. Before going in, there's one last check. From now on, Rowena will have to come to terms with everything in here. Murderers, gang members, and countless checks. The prison consists of 3 security areas. The minimum security camp houses petty criminals. The medium security camp, medium offenders. And in the largest block, the maximum security camp, are the felons. Rowena will serve time there. The bedrooms and living quarters, the so-called dorms, are spread over several buildings. Among them are also so-called high-value PDLs. A huge compound full of hardened criminals. The time has come. Again, checks to ensure Rowena has no contraband on her. Then, she enters the jail. A jail where just a few dozen correction officers watch over several thousand prisoners. Who roam freely during the day. The best possible control measure, 1 thorough check per hour. Before newcomers like Rowena are allowed to join the other prisoners, however, they first receive special treatment. And that means quarantine. This is to ensure that they don't spread diseases. From now on, each dorm is controlled by a so-called dorm in charge, or DIC for short. They are prisoners themselves, but have special rights. If the situation calls for it, they are even allowed to punish fellow prisoners who break the rules. Rowena experiences all this for the first time in her life, and she has no idea who she can trust. The furnishings of the quarantine cell, sparse. With peak temperatures of up to 35 degrees Celsius, fans are little help. Nor will the simple cots help get you through the night. But right now, the one person Rowena is thinking about most is her child.
I have a child waiting for me. And nobody is sending her to school now. That's why I started working as a housemaid in the first place. To be able to send my child to school. We're just poor people. My husband is unemployed. It hurts. What happened to me really hurts. I really didn't do the crime they're accusing me of. I didn't expect this would happen to me. Because I'm a good mother. I'm a good housekeeper. I worked for a family for 4 years. I took care of their children. But it was someone else who complained about me. It was our neighbor. There's been a dispute since way back between our neighbor's family and my husband. That's why this happened to me.
Guilty or innocent? It's a question the guards never have to worry about.
It is normal for those PDL committed here to say that they are innocent. It is normal for them to get emotional, but they are not here for nothing. They need to face the consequences of the crimes they committed.
Everyone is equal before the law, no matter where in the world they are serving time and what rules apply there. After isolation, a very different world awaits Rowena. The prisoners of the Philippines Correctional Institution for Women are released, so to speak, into the actual prison, into a world all its own, with its own set of rules. And full of potential female offenders. During the day, even in the high security wing, they are all allowed to move around freely. Who was convicted of what? The other PDLs here haven't got a clue. No matter in which tract, building, which secluded corner, everything is freely accessible. The only way to check that everyone is still there every day. Constant counting.
35, 36, 37, 30, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44.
The officers count all the prisoners 5 times a day. It's the only way they can keep track of everything.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 52, 54.
Nine in the kitchen, 1 D cell.
Kitchen and 1 D cell.
D cell, then 2 in squad.
Disciplinary cell?
Yes. Then in the kitchen and also squad.
As soon as even a single prisoner is missing, the guards follow a clear protocol.
So we make a report immediately, and then we pass it on to our officer of the day. Then the officer of the day will report this to our superior officer. We will also do a recount until we find where she's gone. She might just be somewhere in the area. If she's not found within 24 hours, then we declare the PDL missing.
The disappearance of a PDL, a person deprived of liberty, would be a disaster for the prison. But there's one thing the guards also fear: an uprising, even when everything seems peaceful. There are over 3,000 PDLs throughout the entire prison, under the control of just 20 guards per shift. It's a daily challenge. The so-called locator charts are most important for orientation to determine who is where. They hang outside each dorm. Each prisoner has to attach a specially made tag to the chart. It shows where they are supposedly located. Whether this is true or not, nobody really knows. Because keeping the many buildings under constant control is literally impossible. The maximum security camp alone covers approximately 10,000 square meters. And largely resembles a self-governing city. The area is gigantic. And, like in the outside world, money rules here, among other things. There are countless shops where you can buy almost anything, from bananas to fish to snacks. The prison allows each prisoner personal possessions worth up to 2,000 Philippine pesos in cash, roughly 35 euros. Everything beyond that is managed like a bank by the prison. Prices are roughly the same as on the outside, sometimes a little higher, and the selection is surprisingly large. Besides fresh vegetables and sweets, there are also canned goods, ice cream, and hygiene products. Even fresh baked goods. All this in one of the toughest women's prisons in the world. In which everyone struggles every single day to see how big a piece of the pie they can get. It doesn't matter if you were born in the Philippines or abroad. Like 32-year-old Debbie. The South African has been in prison for 9 years now for drug smuggling, more precisely, for cocaine. There is one thing she does above all: play by the rules.
In the morning, we have to wake up all at 5:30. No one is allowed to lay down after that. Then we will have our morning prayer. After morning prayer, we will be allowed to have a shower for 10 minutes. And then we will have a TC morning meeting. It's like a therapeutic meeting where we will talk about the problems in the dorm, and we will have newscasting, people who will have news reports, and then after that, we will have counting.
Even at night, Debbie does not have a single quiet moment. She has to share her bed with a stranger.
We have to move slow to respect one another also when sleeping. Especially like for me, I'm a foreigner. I'm very tall, more bigger than my partner next to me. So I think I'm taking most of the space on the bed. But it's hard, especially because it's a very small space. Example, for the bed, when we sleep, half of the bed is mine and half of the bed is hers. In the beginning, it's very hard to accept because I'm used to sleeping in my own position, sleeping freely. But now I had to get used to sleeping with someone and to have my space limited.
The prison has been overcrowded for a long time, although the area is huge. More than 3 times as many women live in the numerous wings as originally planned. Those who aren't lucky enough to get a bed sleep on the floor. There are, however, privileged PDLs who get a single bed, the elderly, the sick, and prisoners in management positions. Often there is not even enough space for personal belongings. They are stacked up in boxes, in the hallway, and under the beds. Inside, there'll be precious memories of the family and everything else one needs to survive.
In my box, I will have an extra blanket, then my t-shirts and some sandals and towels. And then apart from the box, we are allowed to have a shower basket, which is always under my bed. everything has to fit in there. It's hard because if it doesn't fit, either you have to give it away or you have to find a way to push it inside. Outside, I'm used to having a very comfortable life. I have my own room, I have my storage area, a cupboard, a very big cupboard with enough space. And then now it's like it's so limited, a very small box, only 50 liters is the maximum. Because the space is occupied, because we have so many PDLs. We are about 124 only in this dorm.
It's all part of daily life in the largest women's prison in the Philippines. And there are no exceptions. No matter what gender. Whether still in pre-trial custody or already convicted, the conditions are essentially the same. Those who have money make their lives as bearable as possible. Those who don't have to fight for clean drinking water. Select PDLs often help by supporting the guards. They have their own set of rules, partially made by the prisoners themselves. One reason for the situation, the war on drugs declared in 2016. The number of prisoners is growing, while their situation continues to deteriorate. Debbie, a South African, has had no privacy for many years, not even in the so-called CR, the comfort room.
This is what we call our CR. As you can see, it's very open. So my first experience when I was here is learn how to accept being watched when you go to CR. So the best thing that we always do when we will go to CR, we will get a towel or anything just to cover the area here. And then also when you go to CR, you have to get your own bucket of water so that you can flush the bowl. And then, yes, that's hard. Because as for me, because I'm foreigner, I'm used to not going to CR in front of anyone. So that was my most difficult part also being here. They don't allow toilet paper. You actually have to use water and soap to wash. It's very, very hard. Because obvious for me as a foreigner, I'm used to tissue and then they tell me, no tissue, you use water. I'm like, I have to use my hand. For me, it felt so dirty because it's not normal. I only use my hand when I'm like showering. Don't tell me to use it for using for CR.
The Correctional Institution for Women strictly limits water use. Whether for drinking, washing, rinsing, or showering, water for this flows only a few hours a day. Peak daily temperatures often reach 35 degrees Celsius. The only way to get through this is by having a bottle for water.
You always have to have a water bottle, so in the morning you fill up your water bottle up until the afternoon when the water will be running again. It's hard. If you don't keep water, you don't have water for the day.
Access to water is limited. It's the first and one of the most important lessons one must learn here, even for new arrivals in the quarantine cell.
In the morning, the water comes at 5 a.m. Since there's many of you in here, you take your shower according to prison number. So take a shower early, because the water is turned off at 10 a.m. We need to clean up. Being dirty is forbidden. The women help each other with cleaning up. After all, it's for their own good. The garbage bin always has to have a lid, and the barrel should always have water inside it so that the toilet bowl will be clean. Be careful that the toilet bowl doesn't get clogged and stays clean.
Without water to flush, the feces in the toilets make for an almost unbearable stench. The situation is especially extreme in quarantine. Even when water is available, prisoners still need a kind of makeshift hose. Only the dorm in charge is able to provide it. Without her help, it would not be possible to flush toilets and fill drinking water containers. And even that is not always a given.
The water flow is weak, so we're checking where the problem is coming from. This hose has a lot of holes. A part of the hose must have gotten pinched somewhere outside. So I asked them to stop the water flow first and fix it before we attach the hose again. That's the problem of this hose.
For many, water is simply a matter of course. But for the women in here, it's a luxury item.
I expected that there would be a lot of us here, and especially because the number of prisoners always just keeps increasing. Each of us all just patiently saves water. That's why I thought of bringing a bucket here, so that I can save up water.
Almost as important is the supply of food, whether for new arrivals in quarantine or those outside. Prisoners prepare meals for everyone 3 times a day. For some, it is a chance to earn a few extra cents. But this also comes with much sweating. In sweltering tropical heat at temperatures of up to 35 degrees Celsius. The job in the kitchen, working hot woks and rice stoves, is one of the most strenuous in the prison. In 2 separate kitchens, they cook mainly fish, vegetables, and rice. It's the most important food staple. It's inexpensive and very filling. There is no canteen or dining room. Prisoners eat either in the dorms or in front of them. Only those who have a bit of money are able to add a bit more variety to mealtime. They buy extra foodstuffs in the numerous shops and cook it wherever there is room. What's bizarre about all this is that it simultaneously gives women in prison access to any number of potentially dangerous items, like matches, gas stoves, and, in the official kitchens, even knives. In the quarantine cell, stricter rules apply. There, you eat what the cell boss serves. Packaged meals in plastic bags, 3 times a day, and precisely portioned. That will have to do. Until finally, night falls. It's then that the most dangerous period of prison life begins. First, the guards ask everyone to group together. Then it's bedtime, time to file into the overcrowded sleeping quarters. It's a very delicate situation every day. Attacks on the guards or fights among prisoners. Everyone knows it can happen at any time. This is why male guards are allowed inside the walls at this time, to prevent the worst from happening. Finally, it's time to take a head count.
55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65.
The final one for the day. After that, everyone ends up under lock and key until dawn.
At night, when the surroundings are dark, it is possible they will attempt to hide in dark places. I don't remember the exact year it happened, because I'm also just new here. I wasn't here back then, but I heard that something like that happened before. But the PDL was recovered.
May nangyari na ganun, pero na-recover naman po yung PDL.
The PDLs, persons deprived of liberty, cram into a very small space. In the morning, it's time to count again and make sure that everyone has survived the night unscathed. Whether it's longtime prisoners or newcomers, like Rowena.
I miss my family terribly. I can't imagine staying here for 6 years. But there's someone here from my hometown, in the Visayas region, so I'm not so scared anymore.
Rowena still does not know exactly what awaits her. She arrived here a day ago. And in 2 weeks, she will be transferred here for psychological tests. She will again be separated from the outside prison world for 60 days. Based on the results, the prison decides where a certain prisoner will sleep in the future. At the same time, PDLs must learn the rules of conduct that apply here at the Correctional Institution for Women. After more than 2 months of isolation, real life in the prison town begins in earnest, with numerous freedoms and constant tough controls. Every 2 to 4 weeks, a surprise search of the dorms takes place. The guards are mainly looking for alcohol and potential weapons, any sharp or pointed objects that could pose a danger. For this, men are again allowed in the women's prison. To crack down if there's an emergency.
Ayun nga po, ito po,
This is a sharp object.
Sharp object siya. At itong hammer is pwedeng gamitin.
And this hammer can be used to smash someone's head during a brawl.
Ito, pwedeng panghampas sa ulo.
So we need to confiscate this screwdriver and hammer.
Itong screwdriver, pati itong hammer.
The problem is some prisoners are allowed to own tools. They use them to help maintain the prison. Oftentimes, the situation becomes confusing.
They are authorized to use it in the dorm. For the maintenance, they do themselves. So they are allowed to have it, but at night, it is taken away by the DIC and kept and locked up so they do not hurt others.
Also because of the limited number of guards. In the end, the only thing to do is first confiscate anything that might appear suspicious. Owners of unauthorized weapons face numerous penalties. The Philippines Correctional Institution for Women offers certain freedoms, but those who do not abide by the rules are threatened with punishments, like cell confinement, punitive work, such as cleaning duty, or, in the worst case, complete isolation, and not just for a few hours. Often, up to a month, without a fan or a bed. Those who have served time here once usually don't end up here a second time.
In my 8 years imprisoned here, I have never hurt anyone. Maybe when you're tired, and then when we get on each other's nerves, you can't help hurting someone because sometimes we cannot control ourselves when we're tired, when we're hungry. That's why it's hard. That's why sometimes if I'm in a bad mood, I just try to avoid situations like getting on each other's nerves and fighting. You cannot imagine what we feel, like missing our families.
Complete isolation is very tough, but some prisoners have it even tougher, especially those prisoners going through a pregnancy. Not only do they lose their freedom, but also their own flesh and blood. Like Christine, who may have to serve up to 12 years here. That means for 12 years, her child may have to grow up without her.
I know it will be hard when I have the baby and they take it from me. I think about it almost every night.
First, the families are asked if they will take care of the child. Quite often they refuse because they are too poor themselves. But fortunately, not in this case.
My youngest sister is taking the baby. I asked her to do this for me. She would rather not take the baby because she doesn't have much and life is hard enough. But she's doing it because I asked her to.
A relief. Otherwise, the baby would be in the custody of the authorities. Until the time comes, fellow PDLs help take care of pregnant prisoners and support them where they can.
It's not good that the baby will grow up here, especially the surrounding and the habitual mannerism of being a PDL. So the baby cannot see everything, only the orange and a PDL. So it's better the baby to reach out the family. If they want to get the baby at once from the hospital, it's better. But if not, the family is not yet capable, then what can I do? We let the baby stay here up to 6 months.
6 months in jail with a newborn baby. Unimaginable for many mothers. The prison does not provide baby food.
The The baby is walking already, the baby is talking already. So, but when the time the baby is walking, talking, and say mama, it's very hard for the mother. Because she can see the baby is talking, they're already giving love and affection to both of them.
Christine desires one thing above all, for her child to do well and for her family to somehow manage to get by. Family. It's the one thing many in here miss the most, like Debbie. She's some 12,000 kilometers away from South Africa, her home.
The toughest part in here, I think, is to learn to, except like for foreigners, is to learn how to live without your family. You're so far from your family. And communication is very hard because of the time differences. And there's no other times for foreigners to call except the time that they are given. So if you can't call in those times, like for us in Africa, we are 6 hours behind of Philippines. There's no way to communicate with them. My family, the last time I spoke to them, my mother is still crying up until now. Because on October, this reaching October, it will be 9 years. And they always tell me, why is it so long? They want me to come home. And I can't explain to them when I can come home, and I can't tell them enough how sorry I am for what I've done.
Until then, Debbie will serve out her sentence for smuggling 8.3 kilograms of cocaine. In the Philippines, that gets you 20 to 40 years. She doesn't know exactly when she'll get out.
My mistake was actually I loved the wrong man who taught me how to get involved in drugs. And as of plan of us, we were planning to use the money, if I didn't get arrested, use the money to get married. So what happened, he taught me that together with my modeling job, because he knows that I'm qualified for modeling, I will transfer drugs from Peru to Philippines. But when I was still in Africa, they promised me that I will not be caught. They already paid all the people, so it's safe. So he actually 100% guaranteed me. And then when I got here, there was nothing guaranteed. I was arrested on the spot.
Debbie is hoping the authorities will grant her request for an appeal ahead of time, and she will be allowed to return home as soon as possible.
I would do anything to turn back the time to not do it.
Until then, the only thing to do day after day is wash, eat, sleep, and persevere. In Manila's Correctional Institution for Women, the oldest and largest women's prison in the Philippines. Those who end up here have to accept that for many years, nothing will ever be the same again.
I'm just not used to my life being like this. Always in prison. I can't see my family anymore. 6 years is so long. I can't be with my family. I miss all of them.
They must come to terms with the fact that not only their own life will turn out differently than planned.
What I know is I will be here for a long time. And what I want is when I'm free to be with my children.
There's also the realization that hope is the only thing that keeps you going.
As my sentence is life, so the only thing I can actually do is keep on praying that God have mercy on me and that my appeal gets granted so that I can go home.
Home. Released from one of the toughest women's prisons in the world. Packed in cramped quarters with more than 3,000 persons deprived of liberty. Everyone here is hoping for the same thing: to once again experience the taste of freedom. A different world with its own rules.
We hope there'll be no problems, no trouble.
Zero tolerance.
There are murderers incarcerated here, and similar high-profile cases.
All this behind bars. Gangs. Violence. Drugs. Harassment. A daily struggle for survival in the toughest prisons in the world. Mandaluyong City in the Greater Manila area. Rich and poor live next to each other here. In the slums, people struggle to survive. Often, the last resort is prostitution, drugs, or other illegal activities. As is the case all over the world, if you get caught, you end up behind bars. The women in the Philippines usually end up here, in the Correctional Institution for Women, the largest and oldest women's prison in the Philippines. The correction officers who work here risk their lives every day to keep the prisoners inside.
Of course, as a correctional officer, sometimes we're also afraid. But we fight this feeling because we need to be brave and not show the PDL that we're afraid of them. It is a must that we have no fear in our eyes.
That is even more important during the day, because then the prisoners are not locked up. A daily struggle to keep control.
Look at this. This hammer can be used to smash someone's head during a brawl.
If something gets out of control inside the prison, the last people who can prevent an escape are the correction officers out on the wall, who are ready for any serious situation.
If they really do not listen and persist, if they still don't cooperate, we will fire a shot.
Every day the same applies. Permanent around-the-clock vigilance and the largest women's prison in the Philippines. "8 a.m. in front of the so-called CIW. Work begins for the day shift, as it does for Officer Fiola. She and her colleagues work a 3-shift system. Before they begin, she and her colleagues first pause for prayer. There are only 20 guards per shift.
Always remember, before the handover, look at your surroundings, so we will not encounter any problems. Always be careful while on duty, that's all.
Constant vigilance is top priority. For every 20 correction officers per shift, there are around 3,300 PDLs, persons deprived of liberty. Yet the prison is only designed to hold just 1,000.
There is also fear, but I try to be courageous. Before I go inside, I pray first that nothing will happen until our shift ends.
Officer Fiola's duty area is the maximum security wing. This is where the prisoners' most dangerous PDLs are located. For the guards, too, the first thing to do is a security check. This is so absolutely nothing unauthorized gets in. A proper handover takes place during shift changes.
She handed all the keys over to me, 18 keys in all, and the total number of all PDLs is 1,484, the total population of all buildings.
Extremely overcrowded. As if the sheer number of PDLs wasn't intimidating enough, one fact makes entering the prison even more dangerous for correction officers. They carry no weapons.
Before we start working here, we also undergo martial arts training. We learn self-defense against the PDLs. That's our only defense weapon here, since we're not allowed to bring arms and ammunition inside.
And this, despite the fact that here in the maximum security wing, murderers, gang members, and drug addicts, among others, move freely. The entire prison consists of a total of 3 security camps. In the minimum security camp are light offenders. In the medium security camp are those who have committed more serious crimes. And then there is the maximum security camp for the most notorious criminals. And there is another thing that makes it tough for the correction officers in this prison. Only women are allowed in the heart of the largest women's prison in the Philippines. And that means only female officers too. Just 4 on this wing, together with just under 1,500 PDLs. Keeping everybody under constant control is literally impossible. The only way to verify that there isn't a single prisoner missing is counting heads over and over again, a total of 5 times a day. The guards are tense.
21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53.
The chance that one will somehow manage to escape from the overcrowded prison is, after all, ever present. And that the numbers do not match at the time of a shift change is also a major concern.
When the numbers don't add up, that's when we usually start to get a bit nervous, since that's when we consider a PDL missing. So what we do is a recount, and we look for the missing PDL. Of course, we feel nervous and scared as well, because these PDLs are our liability, our responsibility.
This time, the numbers match. No one is missing. But how will it be at the next head count? Nobody knows. Because in the maximum security wing of the CIW, the Correctional Institution for Women, all prisoners move around during the day almost completely freely. The prison grounds cover roughly 10,000 square meters. The area within the walls almost resembles its own city. Large and small shops are spread across the site. There are fruits, vegetables, meat, as well as things like fish, hygiene products, canned goods, and snacks. It's operated by the PDLs themselves. There's also a bakery that provides fresh baked goods daily. As long as the PDLs are working, they are busy. But that also means, for the most part, they are left to their own devices to do their jobs. And in some areas, they even handle dangerous objects, like scissors and knives. More freedom for PDLs means less control for correction officers. A permanent balancing act. Protection around the prison is vitally important. Especially because the Philippine women's prison borders directly on a residential area, separated only by a wall. That's where male correction officers stand guard.
When it comes to standing guard, especially since we have more than 3,000 PDLs imprisoned here, it is very hard to be an officer. Because from time to time, while you're watching them, some attempt to escape, and it is my responsibility. So it isn't that easy to stand guard as an operations officer. We follow procedures, protocols. We give warnings, for example. If they don't listen and persist, and if they ignore our warnings, we will fire a shot.
Unlike their female counterparts in the prison, the men here do carry weapons.
Of course, it's part of our job. We carry firearms. We consider the PDLs criminals. They have criminal minds. They can always fight if they want to. There is a protocol we are following. The female correction officers are assigned to watch the female PDLs. And it's a good thing that the guards inside are female to avoid sexual abuse, especially because we are men. So the men are separated and stand guard outside.
On the wall, it is largely safe for the guards. While the female colleagues inside perform their duties without weapons. Among other things, their jobs include hourly patrols. Each correction officer looks after her own area. Their only equipment, whistles and walkie-talkies. Therefore, in order to keep all the occupants under control, they have allies among the PDLs themselves. One selected prisoner at a time controls a dorm. Their designation, dorm in charge. Carla Benedito is one of them. On the one hand, she was chosen to be cell boss by her fellow prisoners. On the other, she has to make sure that everyone follows the rules. It's a delicate balancing act. During the day, she can only guess who is where. The area is vast.
Yes, of course, there are also restricted areas. This is what we use to look for our fellow PDLs. For example, after the head count, sometimes there's someone missing. So I use this locator chart to find out where my fellow PDLs or dorm mates might be, if they are in the inner court or if they're going to another area. This way we know where they are and there is no need to look for one another.
A system mostly based on trust, with few guards and thousands of female prisoners imprisoned for a wide variety of crimes. 98 of them live in this dorm alone. All the more important that strict rules prevail.
We have cleaners every day who maintain and clean the dormitory. It's a rotation from bed to bed. This is the assigned area this week. The cleaners have this assignment for a week.
Hygiene is particularly important. Everyone has to share a bathroom that is not designed for the sheer mass of people.
This is the toilet where
This is the toilet for our dormitory. There are 98 of us. 3 bowls. We use 3 bowls. Usually in the morning, that's when you quickly have to do your business, when you get up from bed, because then everybody needs to go. It's all about getting used to it.
There is no privacy. All the more reason to leave the toilets clean. For this, they have to be flushed by hand, which leads to another problem. During the day, the water is turned off for several hours. That means enough of it needs to be stored to last for hours. Not only for the toilets, but also for everything else, such as drinking water. It's tough for those who do not think about it in time, and that with peak temperatures reaching 35 degrees Celsius. Another basic need, food. Meals are served in the prison 3 times a day. Control over the kitchen is also part of the job of the few correction officers.
It's their dish for today, for lunch. We always need to know what food is served to them. That's why it is all documented in a logbook.
The kitchen is one of the most dangerous places in the prison, for both sides. Because the PDLs here have access to knives, among other things. They are used to cut primarily vegetables. There's also rice and fried food, especially fish. But it's not just the normal kitchen area that correction officers monitor on their rounds. They also keep a keen eye on the outdoor kitchen. If you have money as a prisoner, you can buy your own food and cook it yourself. But that also means gas stoves and fires in the hands of offenders. Thus, PDLs have more potential weapons at hand than the guards. Those who have no money only get what is provided by the prison. This can quickly lead to envy and frustration, and that could become a problem in the overcrowded dorms. The dorm in charge has to keep a permanent eye on such problems.
I have the top position. I'm the leader. All the officers come to me to complain, so I cannot be the one to make complaints. So if there are problems, I will have to do something about it. I am like the head of the household. I'm the one at the top of the chart. So if anything goes wrong, it's my responsibility.
If anything goes wrong, it's my responsibility.
We are six. We have dorm in charge, dorm in house, secretary, treasurer, auditor, and then bed placement. So we are 6 officers. In every dormitory, there are 6 officers.
Next to me is bed.
In the prison hierarchy, under me is dorm in house. So if a problem arises, they go to the dorm in house, and then she comes to me. I am then left to settle everything. It will be my decision. It is left to my discretion what to do with the situation.
The dorm in charge even has the right to punish other PDLs.
For example, may mga rules and regulations.
If, for example, there's someone who wouldn't follow the rules and regulations, I would talk to them and ask them, why don't you want to follow the rules? Sometimes there really are stubborn people, so we will sanction them. For example, giving them extra work to do, like disposing of the garbage, cleaning the toilets, or in the worst case, there is dorm arrest. Then you are not allowed to go outside. You have to stay in the dorm. If, for example, they continue to be stubborn, we will go to the keeper.
We will go to the keeper.
If all measures by the dorm in charge fail, they then turn to the keepers, the correction officers in the prison. It's a system that can be found at several prisons in the Philippines. Whether with women or men, guards in other prisons also use the help of prisoners to keep troubling situations under control. And also to make sure that no one escapes. The guards try to keep as much distance from the prisoners as possible.
The guards do not intervene because they are not authorized to go in there, unless we have an ongoing operation inside. But if there is no operation, it's just me and the team leader on duty who have the right to go in there. We forbid all the guards here from going in there for as long as we have no operation inside.
One of the few reasons for the guards to enter the interior of the walls is to count the prisoners. Otherwise, the rule is minimal contact. In the CIW, the Correctional Institution for Women in the Greater Manila area. Usually during the day, there are only female correction officers on the inside among the freewheeling PDLs. They carry no weapons. It's a confusing terrain with numerous winding alleys. There are also so-called high-value PDLs among the prisoners. These include female murderers and gang members of the Mauta clan, which has a notorious reputation in the Philippines.
Of course, as a correctional officer, sometimes we're also afraid, but we fight this feeling because we need to be brave and not show the PDL that we're afraid of them. It is a must that we have no fear in our eyes.
A struggle that begins anew every day. A couple of guards with thousands of prisoners. So, the rules are strict.
Please fix your face masks. Wear them properly.
High-value PDLs are housed with the other detainees. Even though the doors are all open, a higher level of security applies to them because of their crimes.
Isa sila sa pinakamalaki. Umaabot ng 4 metrong haba at higit sa
ayos naman po ng mga face mask ninyo, proper way na makakonsider po itong ano na to.
The cases here are high profile, mostly members of the Maltese. Usually the cases here are controversial. There are murderers, usually high-profile cases. That's why the security level in this dorm is different. The places they can go are restricted. They are limited to these surroundings. They cannot approach us near the gate. They cannot enter there. But it is allowed for other dorms, as long as they ask permission from their DIC.
Even in the maximum security wing, the guards have to rely on the prisoners with special privileges under their command, the DICs, to make sure everyone follows the rules.
It is our protocol that firearms are not allowed in here. It is for our security, because they can snatch things away from us and use the firearms to harm us. And of course, we are outnumbered. We really cannot keep an eye on them all. So, for our security, we are not allowed to bring in firearms. They can take them away from us and also use them against the other PDLs. That's why it would be scary to bring firearms with us here.
Only a few cases are more isolated, with the aim to protect the other prisoners.
We call this dorm the therapeutic community. This is where the drug users undergo behavior modification under the Reformation program. Their cases are drug-related, so sometimes their mental states have been altered. They need to be reformed first before they can be transferred and can join the other PDLs.
Only at night are these prisoners locked up in their separate dorms. The rest of the time, they are allowed to move around on the prison grounds, just as freely as the other PDLs. But with the high number of prisoners, it is far too cramped. The dorms of the largest women's prison in the Philippines are not enough. They are massively overcrowded. Old washrooms have been converted into sleeping quarters, and there are not enough beds. Those who don't get one sleep on the floor. Only the DICs, dorms in charge, and the old and sick are privileged. They are the first to get their own bed. The most critical period in the correctional institution for women begins in the evening. This is when all PDLs are locked up. This is the last head count of the day.
55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65.
It's also one of the few moments when male correction officers are allowed inside the prison walls. Nighttime is when the danger for escape attempts and assaults is the highest.
At night, when the surroundings are dark, it is possible that some of the prisoners might try to hide from us, to hide in dark places, difficult to see areas.
Area na pwede nilang pagtaguan. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154. Andun pa rin po yung takot kasi.
The fear is still there because there are all sorts of people here. People from different places who have different habits and ways. Their cases are all different. We are still not at ease even though they talk to us nicely. You don't know what's on their minds.
As of now, the PDLs are on their own all night. Locked up until the night shift opens the cells in the morning. Enduring the night without incident always allows the correction officer to breathe a sigh of relief.
The night shift is a bit more difficult, since at night they are all locked up already, and we no longer know what could happen. In case of an earthquake or natural calamities, it is a bit difficult to unlock the padlocks. We would need to let them all out.
And then during
the night shift, it's also hard if there are any commotions inside, especially if there are only one or two officers on duty that night. It's also a little bit hard during the night shift in the sense that we do not see everything, especially those who are old and the sick. Sometimes they suffer heart attacks, especially because of our weather nowadays. It's already too hot during the summertime.
Especially during summertime.
Every single morning is a relief for all. Once it is clear, all PDLs leave their cells unharmed.
If I were the one inside, I would feel sad because it is so cramped and so hot inside. And there is a lack of bed bunks. Some sleep on the floor. When I open the gate, I feel happy because the PDLs get to go out.
On the other hand, A new day is now also beginning for the understaffed guards, among murderers, gang members, drug addicts, and other criminals. All the more reason to conduct regular searches for dangerous objects. Another situation where male guards are allowed inside the dorms.
Our custodian is Correction Officer 2 de la Cruz. If we catch anything illegal, he will record it. Then, after the inspection, we will write up a report. Camacho, you are in charge of the report, okay? Do we understand that, comrades?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Dismissed.
Once or twice a month, the guards conduct unannounced searches of the dorms. Private belongings of the PDLs are kept to a minimum. Nevertheless, controlling the overcrowded dormitories is a challenge. To conduct the searches, PDLs are required to leave their dorm. Before that, everyone is carefully searched so that no prohibited items are smuggled out past the guards. Then, the actual search begins. Everything is taken apart. Every box and every bottle is checked.
We check what's inside, if it is forbidden or not. But this is just water. We check to see if there is liquor. In fact, any alcohol that's more than 70%, that is not allowed.
But that's not all.
I will check if there is any contraband that is being hidden. I'm also looking for dangerous things like sharp objects or knives.
And the correction officers find what they are looking for.
This is a sharp object. And this hammer can be used to smash someone's head during a brawl. So we need to confiscate the screwdriver and hammer.
She is our handyman. She does maintenance work here. She repairs things that get broken here.
The problem is that some of the prisoners are actually allowed to have such items for maintenance purposes. But at the same time, in a room full of female criminals, they can become potentially lethal weapons.
She will be investigated. Why does she have this? What will she do with it? What will she use it for? If it can be proven that she has no bad intentions, she will not be given any punishment or dorm arrest. They are authorized to use it in the dorm for their own maintenance. So they're allowed to have it. But at night, it is taken away by the DIC and locked up, so they can't hurt others.
The use of tools, like everything here, is a delicate balancing act for the wardens. Prisoners are supposed to maintain their surroundings themselves as best they can. They are allowed to use tools which are potentially dangerous items. But they can be another source of trouble in the Philippines' largest women's prison. No one has even a second of privacy here. In the worst case, for the rest of their life.
We could not have a alone time. You see, even if you sit on your own bed, there are still people around you. So we don't have. So we have to coexist. For some people, it's very hard because they seek privacy. But you have to go along with it. There are people who they don't like the noise. We cannot do anything about it. We are in one dormitory, so we have to bear with each other's shortcomings and everything.
That makes the job of the dorms in charge even more important. They are trying to keep everything under control.
This is my bed, and this is where I bring some PDLs to sit. If something goes wrong, we sit and talk here. I sit in my bed, and then I have, my dorm mates. If something goes wrong, we talk about it, we settle about it. There are sometimes shouting match, but there's no, what you call this, physical, no, there's no such thing as like that. Only sometimes, when you're angry, the voice is, getting louder. But then, at the end of the day, we settle it.
If an issue escalates, it would likely be devastating for the majority of PDLs. Officially, serious incidents at the CIW, the Correctional Institution for Women, never happened. This could be because the punishment for serious offenses is the isolation cell. Whoever ends up there is forced to eke out an existence without an exit and without distractions, but with plenty of time to think. In the worst case, for up to 1 whole month.
Well, it depends on their violation. And it also depends on the investigation section. While they're here, their cases are still under investigation. When there is no reason to be here or no truth to the accusation, then they are free to go.
During this time, they are forced to live essentially without anything. There are no beds, not even fans, despite peak temperatures reaching up to 35 degrees Celsius.
They don't do it again because they learn their lesson when they get here. I don't think there is anyone who keeps coming back here. They can only eat food rationed to them, nothing else. They cannot buy food outside. That's it. And their water too. There's no talking with the others. That's all they get.
The guards don't have to worry about the PDLs here. But there are plenty of others who could pose a potential threat to the guards or to other prisoners. And they all have one thing in common. They live a life without freedom for years. Crammed together in a small space without any privacy. And yet, they are very much alone.
The first time I came here to work for the correctional institution for women, I felt pity for them. And at the same time, I felt sad because there are so many locked up in here at CIW. At first, I was also a little scared because of those who are here. It is just really sad because you will feel for the PDLs, especially those far from home. They cannot be with their families. They just have themselves and only see the corners of the prison.
The correction officers in the largest and oldest women's prison in the Philippines carry huge responsibility every day. Initially designed for 1,000 PDLs, today there are 3 times that many here. But everyone tries to make the best of it.
It's not really that crowded. But of course, sometimes we get a lot of new arrivals. So sometimes there's not enough space. But somehow we make it work.
Every additional prisoner equates to greater danger for everyone. But there is hope, both for the guards and for the PDLs.
We believe that the so-called modernization law will be implemented. The day will come when this prison will be made better. Improvements will happen. There will be more manpower, and the building facilities will be restored to make the work here lighter and better.
At least things appear to be happening, which point to a better future. But the PDLs incarcerated here have other things on their mind. First and foremost, they are thinking about their future.
Hopefully, I wish and I pray that I could also be free. I want to be with my family, especially with my daughter. I want to, for how many years, 16 years in prison, I want to, they are already working, and she's already working. We could, band together. Whatever years left with me, I could stay with them. Because we don't know what tomorrow brings.
Tomorrow, like every day, the same thing applies at the Correctional Institution for Women in Mandaluyong City. Hang in there, keep cool, and do your best to get through the next day. A different world, which only the strongest endure.
The last person who tried to escape was caught immediately.
Zero tolerance.
We count the prisoners 5 times a day.
All this behind bars. Gangs. Violence. Drugs. Harassment. A daily survival of the fittest. In the toughest prisons in the world. The Maldives, the ultimate holiday paradise. Turquoise sea and white sandy beaches attract more than 2 million visitors every year from all over the world. The island state in the Indian Ocean is one of the world's top 10 most popular holiday destinations. But on the main island of Male, there is no sign of paradise. Across just 6 square kilometers live 150,000 people, 1/3 of the total population. Apart from a chronic lack of space, drugs are a major problem. Estimates indicate that every 10th inhabitant of Male is addicted to drugs, despite the possession of drugs being severely punished within this Muslim island state, for locals and tourists alike. Those caught by the police end up here, on the island of Maafushi. This is where the Maafushi Central Prison is located, a high-security prison covering an area the size of 10 football pitches and surrounded by 6-meter-high walls. "800 criminals are incarcerated here under the strictest security measures.
We have all kinds of criminals here, child molesters, thieves.
Courtyard exercise is a real luxury. Prisoners are virtually locked up around the clock.
Spending the times with nothing to do is the most experience that can,
To keep the prisoners under control, the guards use all-round surveillance and strict rules.
If they refuse, an officer stays till they cut the nails.
Searches are a daily occurrence in this prison.
Drugs and cell phones are the main things we look for.
One of the world's toughest prisons in the middle of a vacation paradise. Male, capital city of a 1,200 island state. Around 200 of the islands are inhabited. A special boat is used to transport criminals from the various islands to the jail. The boat is better described as a floating high-security prison. It transports new inmates to the prison island every week. The holding cells are located below deck. There are no windows. The walls have extra reinforcement. Escape on the high seas is therefore practically impossible. The journey takes them past vacation resorts and wonderful islands, with the prisoners languishing inside. This is just the beginning. The ship's destination is the Kafu Atoll in the southern part of the Maldives. The island of Maafushi, about 1 kilometer long and 300 meters wide, home to 3,500 people. 1/3 of these work in the prison. The others are imprisoned inside it. The prison is located in the south, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Just a few meters from the pier awaits a life behind walls for the new inmates. They will not be seeing the sea again for many years. Before the newcomers are taken to their cells, the guards conduct thorough searches. The greatest threat, smuggled weapons. After the prisoners are found to be clean, they land in their cells. Meanwhile, a new shift begins for the guards at Maafushi prison, the daily routine. Hassan Mohammed has been working in the prison for 10 years. Rule number 1, the guards search each other. Only then may they enter. Even for them, cell phones and cash are strictly forbidden within the prison's walls. Weapons are also not allowed. The guards only carry handcuffs. In theory, a de-escalation measure. In practice, however, the guards are at a disadvantage if things get serious.
When I wake up, I always think about what can happen, which dangerous situations, so that when my shift starts, I'm prepared for everything.
The prison comprises a total of 9 different units. The largest of these, Unit 9, a star-shaped building, houses prisoners with higher security level. Units 5 through 8, which surround it, are for inmates with lower security level, and those soon to be released. The women's wing is located at the other side of the prison. A workshop area is also available, where inmates with good behavior may be allowed to work. Guard Hassan's job is to keep the inmates under control. But first, there is the daily muster of guards. Before each shift, the guards take an oath to the state and to their god. Islam is the Maldives' official religion. The muster call also includes a fingernail inspection. Long nails are frowned upon in Islam and are considered unhygienic. Only those who pass the inspection may start their shift. The guards then disperse to the various tracks. Hassan is senior guard in Unit 9, the unit also known as the Pentagon. The building is designed for maximum surveillance and maximum separation of prisoners. Guards can access all 4 wings within seconds from the centrally located guard room. Each wing is also surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall, meaning zero contact to the outside world. For Senior Guard Hassan, the morning inspection has begun. 300 men are serving sentences in Unit 9. Relative to its population, the Maldives has the 7th highest incarceration rate in the world.
We have different criminals here. We have murderers, child molesters, thieves, but also those convicted of minor crimes in this unit.
Those ending up here usually have nothing more to lose. The Maldives has, among other things, one of the strictest drug laws in the world. Even possessing small amounts carries up to 15 years imprisonment. 2/3 of inmates in Unit 9 are serving time for drug offenses.
I'm about to do a cell inspection. We always do it at the beginning of the shift. I'll check if all the inmates are there and if everything is okay.
Each of the Pentagon's 4 wings is divided into 2 tracts, each with 10 cells. During the day, inmates are allowed to move around their tracks as they wish. During the inspection, however, everybody must be in their cells. Inspections are carried out 5 times a day by the guards, with the inmates also being counted.
Mohammed Nabil, Shafil Haro.
The inmates are held in shared cells. Up to 5 men share the sparse 20 square meter space. Inmate Asra is in Maafushi prison for drug smuggling.
I've been sentenced for 10 years. Now it's been past 5 years. 6 years is going on now.
Asra has been living in this cell for 5.5 years. To make room during the day, the men move their beds to the side. Each cell has a bathroom of sorts, extremely sparsely equipped. Privacy is only provided by a self-made curtain.
Only this is being provided, this whole wall, concrete sheet, that's just the limit. After this all rounds, all ropes, we build it ourselves.
Shower hose, toilet bowl, a fan, and mattresses. That is all the furniture the prisoners get. The view from the window ends depressingly at a wall that surrounds the entire building and blocks any view to the outside world. Almost everything in the cell has been made by the inmates themselves, with the most basic means.
These are clothes. We paste this rice, common rice, eating rice. We scratch them and uses it as glue.
A desperate attempt to make the bare cell at least a little homey. Clothing, hygiene products, books, and food. Any other possessions are not permitted. Even these are not safe here. Inmates are always stealing from each other.
Every people allowed to get into the other cells from morning 7 to night 9 o'clock. All the place is open. Each and every person can roam around within the area. So while I can't just wait with my items, with my things every time, so provide my items.
Contact with the outside world is rare. Visits are allowed, but for many family members, traveling to the island is too expensive.
Mostly missing is the freedom to I get the information, what's happening within the country. We don't know nothing much. We don't know nothing about what's happening outside. What we can only see here is television that's been provided from the government. We can only see that.
The Maldives are only on rank 79 of 178 in the ranking of press freedom, but TV is the only distraction.
Having too much time with nothing to do, that's the most worst thing that I can experience here. Some people get the chances to have experienced the outside some jobs and they get pay also, but not all the people here get that chance.
Jobs for inmates are scarce, the conditions strict. If, like Azra, you don't have a job, you have no choice but to kill time in your cell. Meanwhile, senior guard Hassan uses the morning inspection to gain an overview of the situation, and therefore to keep the place under control.
By looking at their faces and behavior, I can notice if something is brewing, if they are being more active than usual.
Everything looks fine today. None of the inmates wants to get on the wrong side of the guards. After all, it's their opinion that counts on who receives certain privileges, like jobs.
All inmates present.
And ensure that none of the inmates escape. Even if one of them manages to escape from the cell tracks, 6-meter-high outer walls then awaits them. And that's not all. The island measures less than half a square kilometer. There are few opportunities to hide here. The only way to escape is by boat or seaplane. It's 4 kilometers to the next inhabited island. Too far to swim. The main island of Male is almost 30 kilometers away, and there are no places there to hide either. The island measures just 6 square kilometers. Escaped prisoners have managed to evade capture only once. Whether they actually made it or drowned while escaping, no one knows. The morning inspection is over. During the day, inmates are allowed to move around their tracks as they wish, but they remain under surveillance. At Maafushi prison, guards use all-round surveillance to keep the prison under control. Every corner of the building, even the roof, is monitored by cameras. Hassan and his colleagues use huge monitors to track every movement of the prisoners, and they react immediately in the event of problems.
We quickly caught the last person who tried to escape. The islands are so small, it's easy to find them again.
It's not only the Pentagon that is well monitored. There are a total of over 300 cameras around the prison grounds. Behind an inconspicuous door is the heart of the surveillance system. 2 guards scan camera transmissions here around the clock. To maintain maximum concentration, they swap every 3 hours, just like in an airport tower.
We observe the prisoners and also the guards, basically everything, and see if there's anything inappropriate going on.
The outside walls are under special surveillance too. People on the outside keep throwing over drugs and cell phones. One moment, everything might seem peaceful, but things can change in an instant. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon, senior guard Hassan is supervising the workers. There is strict criteria on getting a job. No unusual behavior, psychologically sound, and no crime involving violent behavior. Jobs are also subject to maximum security measures. Before inmates are allowed to enter the workshops, they are searched twice. They must have absolutely nothing on their person. Too great is the risk of them smuggling things in or out, which they can then use to trade or threaten other inmates, and more. The prison's own plant nursery. The plants are sold on the island. There's also a carpentry workshop. The inmates even handle dangerous tools there, always under close supervision, of course. One of the workers is 35-year-old Zhytomyr, sentenced for drug smuggling to life in prison. In the Maldives, life means 25 years.
It is great to work here. I love to study and learn new things, so I am happy. Though there are certain difficulties we face at times. We try to resolve it together with the duty officers.
Zhytomyr has been incarcerated here for 2 years. Thanks to good behavior, he's been allowed to work here for 8 months. An absolute privilege for him.
It's not easy being in prison. It's hard to cope. Sometimes you get support, sometimes you don't. I hope, and I am patient, that things will get better.
Also because he earns money through the job. And earning money in here is really important, because the prison itself provides only the bare necessities.
We get 30 rupiah a day, which amounts to 900 a month. I keep half for myself and send the other half to my family.
The equivalent of roughly $60 a month. Money that inmates can use to buy luxuries like food, clothing, and even cigarettes. Today is Kiosk Day. Once a week, Maafushi prison inmates are allowed to shop. But even the kiosk items have to be ordered in advance by the inmates.
When family transfers money to inmate accounts, they can purchase items like food, drinks, or cosmetics, such as lotions, etc., at the store.
It is the highlight of the week for the inmates, at least for those who have money, in one of the toughest prisons in the world.
Occasionally, there is trouble. For example, when things are not available.
A pack of cookies costs the equivalent of $1, and a pack of cigarettes costs $6. Inmates are allowed to spend $130 a month. More than that is not permitted. This is the prison's way of preventing trading among inmates. Trading creates hierarchies, which soon end in violence. Meanwhile, at the other end of the prison, lunch is being prepared for the 800 inmates. This is not a job for the prisoners themselves. The fear of weapons and drugs being smuggled into the prison is too great. There are 3 meals and 2 snacks a day, prepared according to the principle of cheap as possible. Food is generally expensive in the Maldives. Everything must be imported. The prison spends the equivalent of just $4.80 per day per inmate. Guards then deliver the food to the different tracks. Everything gets rechecked outside the tract because, despite close monitoring, drugs and cell phones keep getting into the jail. Concealed within the food is one possibility. Even at mealtimes, maximum separation of inmates applies. Inmates are not permitted to leave their cell tracks. Each block has a mess room. Hygiene standards are the same in all of them. Inmates like Azra don't have much choice. Either they eat here or segregated in their cells. Either way, the choice is minimal.
Fridays and Monday at afternoon we'll be having chicken, then others potato curry, fish curry.
Azra takes only some rice, even though he is hungry.
The food's not good, the taste. That's why we gather, with our items, we make our own dishes sometimes, and we have for our meals.
Azra is one of the lucky ones who receives money from his family. Purchase canned tuna, pure luxury in this jail.
It's like 22 rupiah.
Equivalent to $1.50. A lot of money behind bars. The can then has to last several days. The majority of inmates at Maafushi prison are male, but there is a separate wing for women. Unit 1, located at the far end of the prison. Men are strictly forbidden to enter. Just 36 women are incarcerated here. Inmate Nazaha has been here the longest of all. She has been sentenced to life imprisonment for murdering her husband. Every day has been the same for her for more than 10 years.
At morning when we wake up at 5 o'clock, it will be locked. The door will be open at 7 o'clock. At that time, the breakfast will come. I take the breakfast and I get ready for the cell inspection.
The female guards get the women to clean and scrub their cells every day. The reason? Disease. It spreads rapidly. Strict hygiene and daily inspections are the only preventive measures. Here, too, the guards reduce possessions to a minimum: books, hygiene products, clothes, food from the kiosk, and plastic dishes. The inmates are not allowed more. The guard, Siza, starts her inspection rounds at the same time every day. Nazaha's cell is first.
We deliver forms to the inmates and make the cell inspection. We check if the cell is clean and tidy. If they have cut their fingernails, are wearing appropriate clothing. If there is any issue, we request them to correct it and note it in the occurrence book.
In the female wing, a lot of emphasis is placed on observing Islamic rules. Long fingernails are considered unclean. The guards therefore check nails every day.
If they refuse, an officer stays till they cut the nails.
Afterwards, Guard Siza checks every corner of the cell. The inmates are not allowed to move while she is doing this. What seems on the face of it to be an exercise of power is, in the guard's view, intended to help the women.
The reason for checking their fingernails and conducting inspection is to instill good habits and behavior, which they will keep practicing even after their release from prison. Cutting fingernails and cleanliness is also essential in our religion.
After the inspection, the main thing is monotony. Nazaha spends most of the day watching TV and waiting.
Waiting for them to open the doors.
Combined with a longing to finally see daylight, surrounded by a paradise that inmates can only dream of. Just a few meters away, there is a completely different world. Around the prison on the beaches, vacationers enjoy the sun and the sea. Inmates at Maafushi prison never get to glimpse any of this, usually for decades. Their only ray of hope, 1.5 hours of courtyard exercise per day.
For security reasons, inmates are only allowed to enter the courtyard in small groups at a time, 20 people maximum.
Today, there are only Azra and 4 other inmates. The smaller the group, the better the control the guards have over what goes on in the courtyard. Even courtyard exercise requires maximum security. Two doors separate the courtyard from the cell tract. The courtyard itself is a cheerless area surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall. The sea is just a few meters away, but out of sight for the inmates. A rusty basketball hoop also fails to provide a distraction because there is no ball.
The items for recreation, it also we have to purchase from ourselves. We have to buy it if we want a ball. If we have to buy it from the shop, if not, that option is not there for every people.
Azra and the others have no other option than to walk around in circles, watched by countless cameras.
it's been quite a long period here in the percentage, like 5 years, 6 years. So quite a long period. We come out, we stress-free our times by doing this recreation, coming out of the cell. This is the moment, like you were mentioning, just for us to feel that freedom for a little moment.
And this will remain the only moment of freedom for Azra for many years to come. He will have to serve his full sentence of 10 years in prison. There is zero chance of him being released earlier.
Twice I was interviewed, but that chance also I don't get any chance of to go out as a smuggler. I carry things into the country. That's why I think I'm not getting chances.
The procedure for getting released earlier is quite tough. Besides impeccable behavior, the inmates have to pass several steps, like psychiatric evaluation, record clearance from the police, and an interview by the parole board. Just a few meters away in the women's prison, it's finally courtyard time. The first thing the women have to do every day is to put their mattresses in the sun. Another hygiene measure. While most of the women enjoy courtyard exercise, Nazaha uses the time outside the cell to help another inmate.
I'm helping an inmate to fill up home.
Many women here in prison come from very simple families and have never learned to read and write properly. A basic form can be too much for them.
My case is different, and Alhamdulillah, my parents taught me how to write. I've studied, so I think it's my obligation to help them, to teach them, and they seek for it from me. Anybody who comes and asks for help, I give it. My dad is like that too, that's why.
After just 1.5 hours, the women have to go back to their cells. Nazaha reads a book to distract her from having gloomy thoughts. Thoughts about why. She claims she stabbed her husband in self-defense after he mistreated her, but the court didn't believe her and convicted her of murder. She now seems to have come to terms with her fate.
Sometimes it's difficult to sleep, and here I'm rehabilitated, so I know how to manage myself now. I'm taking this positively because I've been here a long time, and I guess sooner or later the time will come. God have given me health, so I still can achieve. There's a purpose me being here, so there's a lot I can achieve.
Nazaha hopes for an early release on good behavior, even if that's virtually impossible. For now, however, she's alone again with her thoughts until the early evening. Then the women will be allowed into the courtyard for a second time. Unlike for the male inmates, they continue to languish in their cells. 6 p.m. A shift change is due at the Pentagon. Guards here work on a 3-shift system.
Before the end of our shift and the start of the next one, we check if the locks are in place or if there are any issues. If there are any problems, we warn them. If they ignore our warnings and their behavior gets worse, then we take them out of the cells and change the cell tract.
For the inmates, this means they lose their place in the hierarchy, and they have to fight their way back up from the bottom in the new wing. After half an hour, Hassan has completed his final inspection for the day.
All okay. All prisoners are safely locked up and behaving quietly. No incidents.
This now means that the guards can finally call it a day. But Hassan won't be traveling home. The head guard and many of his colleagues also live in the prison, only separated from the criminals by a wall.
Here is my accommodation. This is where I live along with other officers from more distant islands.
The islands of the Maldives cover around 100,000 square kilometers. It can take a full day's boat ride to reach the outer islands. Many guards, like Hassan, have no choice but to live in the prison. Their quarters are not much better than the prisoners' cells, but Hassan and his colleagues don't have much choice. Housing on the island is scarce and expensive. Accommodation in the prison is free, and being a guard is a well-paid job.
The most important thing is that I can visit my family 4 to 5 times a year.
For 10 months of the year, a life behind bars too, so to speak. The guards only get to spend 2 months with their families. "7 p.m. is nightfall. Few guards will have slept well. A major search is scheduled for today. The objective is to stop the smuggling of drugs and cell phones. "8 in the morning. The prison's special unit prepares for the cell search. Protective equipment and armament is mandatory. No one knows how the inmates will react. Mahdi Rifat, the unit head, briefs his men about the mission.
Bodea and Yanad enter cell 2 from the left. Tutur and Munaad go to the 3rd. The rest of you are going to the 4th.
Then it starts. The men's target, Unit 7. The place for the raid is chosen at random shortly before, because the inmates should not be able to be forewarned. Once the men are in the tract, everything happens quickly. Under no circumstances should inmates have the chance to hide anything.
We first secure all the cells. This is for our own safety. There are only 10 of us, and it's a wide open area here.
After the situation is under control, the chosen cell is entered. The inmates have to look on in handcuffs while the search takes place. Anyone caught with drugs in prison will end up in court again and receive another 10 to 15 years.
All of you watch what we are doing. If we find anything, we will question you about it. You may say something if it doesn't belong to you. Understood?
The search now starts. The men are extremely thorough. They know how creative prisoners can be at hiding contraband.
We are looking for drugs and cell phones.
The inmates have to watch as the special unit tears apart their cell. And things that have been painstakingly created get destroyed, if necessary.
They're good at hiding things, like this razor blade here, inside makeshift constructions. And to check them, I have to break things.
Inmates could build a weapon with a razor blade and use it to attack other inmates, or worse, a guard. 30 minutes later, the search is over. Finally, the inmates are checked. They could have something hidden in their clothes.
The search went well. Sometimes the prisoners get aggressive, but today, everything stayed peaceful.
Even if no drugs were found this time, the inmates clearly got the message that it isn't safe to have them. At the other end of the prison, in the female wing, the prisoners are unaware of all this. They sit in their cells waiting for courtyard exercise.
Attention all prisoners and remanded persons.
Nazaha has organized a volleyball match among the women for today.
Just playing it to do some exercise.
None of the women can really play, but that doesn't matter to them. They simply enjoy the moment, even if it is very short. Nazaha keeps thinking about her family and the time after prison, whenever it comes.
First I have to see the outside world. I don't know how it is now. It's been a decade, so it will become a lot changed. I have to discuss everything with my parents. I don't get much time. Communication is not that well, and my kid is now 13 years, so I have to talk him also and finalize the things.
But reality quickly catches up with Nazaha again. Courtyard exercise is over. The prisoners have to go back to their cells. The next inspection is scheduled.
We count the inmates 5 times a day, at 4 p.m. in the evening, 9 p.m. at night, at midnight, 7 a.m. in the morning, and at 8 a.m. So far, no prisoner has been able to escape.
Maximum control for the guards means, for the prisoners, maximum loneliness. They'll only be able to leave their cells again tomorrow, and only for a short time. While inmates at Maafushi prison languish in isolation in their cells, the fun is just beginning for the tourists. As night falls, the bars and restaurants begin to fill up. There is an atmosphere of fun and partying everywhere. But just a few meters away, the prison seems deserted. For the men in the Pentagon, the cells are about to be locked. Smuggler Asra and his cellmates prepare their cell for the night, under the strict supervision of the guards.
Now we are just getting ready to clean up our cell. We all clean up the cell around 8:30.
Each night, all inmates must help in scrubbing down the cells. Officially, it's a hygiene measure, but also an extra punishment. Anyone refusing to comply will be subject to sanctions. Shortly after 9 p.m., the cells are locked, which also means the loss of the last bit of freedom that the inmates have.
Come on, into your cell.
From now on, the men remain locked in their cells until 7 in the morning. They go reluctantly into their cells. For now, the worst part of the day begins for them. 5 people crammed into 20 square meters, without any way to forget about their plight.
Mostly spending times reading books and getting information and thinking what can I be of coming days. If I get a chance to come out and have a good life, there will be many things I will be changing, and many behaviors also I need to change for myself.
However, it will be a long time before that happens for Azra. A time of boredom and monotony. His release is not expected for another 4.5 years, as long as he doesn't do anything wrong in prison. Until then, the guards will be locking the cell doors day after day. There is not a moment's peace in the prison. The criminals sit well secured behind thick doors, sealed off from the outside world. And watched by a myriad of cameras. Maafushi prison in the Maldives, a prison in the middle of a paradise. A paradise that the prisoners will not experience for years while serving time in one of the toughest prisons in the world. A different world with its own rules.
I've been in a few fights. We settle things here in seconds.
Locked up and punished.
One more mistake and you're finished.
All this behind bars. Gangs. Violence. Drugs. Harassment. A daily struggle for survival in the toughest prisons in the world. Zenica in Bosnia, the country's 4th biggest city, with a population of 115,000. A place where poverty is rife, with unemployment at 15%, even 30% among young people, and with a tragic history. In the 90s, war raged in Bosnia. 3 ethnic groups following different religions fought for supremacy. The outcome? Bombed out towns and cities, and several 100,000 dead. Zenica has not recovered. The economy is at rock bottom. 15% Catholics, 30% Orthodox, and 50% Muslims. 3 different religious groups still battle for power. Zenica is a powder keg. A situation also evident in Zenica's prison. Located in the middle of the city, like a separate neighborhood, it is Bosnia's largest and toughest prison. Built in 1886, the structure has survived more than a century of occupations and wars, thus far. A new day in Zenica, with new inmates. 3 to 7 offenders arrive here every month, unaware of what awaits them. This prisoner is experiencing the final seconds of being on the outside of the walls. From now on, his companions will be guards, cameras, and of course, the other inmates. Vedic Albus Pahic has come straight from court. The verdict, guilty of murder. The sentence, 12 years.
Go this way. Keep going.
Newcomer Vedic may only take in personal documents, clothing, and personal hygiene items. Cell phone, jewelry, and valuables are prohibited. They are kept in safekeeping or handed over to the family. Head guard Mohammed Softic takes care to check everything.
Are you carrying anything illegal?
Nothing.
Any drugs? Have you been drinking?
No.
Okay, we'll do a blood test later. If you have any substances in your body, we'll find out.
The guards record everything to know precisely who they are dealing with. This includes passport information and health status, as well as physical features.
Any tattoos or scars?
Just one of the Yugoslav People's Army.
Okay, one tattoo.
The Yugoslav People's Army, when it was dissolved in 1992, more than 500,000 soldiers were left with nothing. Tensions remain high in Bosnia, a country with a population of 3 million. Theft, assault, and rape are among the most common crimes.
It's sad, but that's life. My first and hopefully only time in jail. Time will tell. I'm guilty. I must take responsibility.
28 years of service have left their mark on head guard Mohammed.
This guy here isn't making any trouble and is behaving well. But we also get newcomers who are on edge and wound up. They refuse to undress and resist searches. We use force with such people.
That means guards are allowed to actively defend themselves when required. After passing through the 3 security gates of the main entrance, newcomers are first put into solitary confinement. To prevent immediate contact with fellow inmates. A mix of murderers, rapists, and war criminals. All inmates are male. The current total of 550 come from all over the country. They range from petty criminals to those sentenced to years in prison. They all know the procedures and rules. Unlike new inmates, like the convicted murderer of Vedic. His first stop, Pavilion 2. To be more precise, one of the solitary confinement cells. This is because guards want newcomers to know that rebelling is pointless. They remain in solitary confinement for a maximum of 1 day to settle in and to realize that their life of freedom is over, that their future will now be determined by others. Inside is just a window and a bed. Practically nothing else.
Get changed.
The basics are 2 blankets, sheets, soap, and toilet paper. How long a new inmate remains in solitary depends on their behavior.
This guy seems okay, but he's been convicted. He's been given 12 years and is guilty. We have no sympathy for such people.
Escape is practically impossible for the convicted murderer of Vedic, as it is for all the others. The prison walls surround an area of 32,000 square meters and has 6 watchtowers. The main building is Pavilion 1. The majority of the inmates are in Pavilion 3, 5, and 6. In between are the kitchen and 2 courtyards for exercise. Pavilion 2 is for detainees in solitary confinement. And then there is Pavilion 4, the most secure building of all, for the most dangerous inmates, a prison within a prison. The buildings located outside the walls are for workers, administration, and infrastructure, and for inmates considered the most harmless, with 4 release days per month. Finally, there are the barracks, the quarters for guards and prison police. Back to the building for newcomers. After 4 hours of solitary confinement and observation, the guards transfer the convicted murderer of Vedic to a provisional cell, where he will continue to be under close surveillance. Prisoners in Zenica are divided into 3 categories. Group A is for inmates who have committed fairly minor crimes and who have good conduct. Group B, to which Vedic belongs, is for those committing serious crimes and inmates causing trouble. And Group C is for serial killers, war criminals, and insurgents. Vedic will serve the initial period of his sentence here. The guards want to get to know him better before he is allowed into the main wing. Basic provisions: a simple bed with a thin mattress, a wardrobe, and a TV. However, the 12 square meter cell is not for him alone, but for 2 inmates.
I feel sad. I hope for better times and that I will get help.
Time outside in the courtyard is limited to just 2 hours a day.
This is my new home. Paradise.
3 separate doors provide security to the cells. Guards lock in newcomers completely. With good conduct, they will transfer to a wing where they can move around freely, at least within the wing. The prospect of at least a little bit of freedom. Like here, just 10 meters away as the crow flies. In Pavilion 1, the main building, only the corridor is locked. The cells themselves remain unlocked. A system of privileges. Those doing well get more freedom. The downside, the greater risk of inmates hurting or killing each other. Like Mila and Marian, both convicted of murder. The basics in all cells are the same: table and chairs, bed, wardrobe, TV. But inmates with good conduct are permitted to work and earn a little money for luxury items like fruit and cookies. Both Mila and Marian work as welders. A bit of normality. The alternative is to wander around the corridor, watch TV, or stare out at the courtyard.
Every day is the same. Things just go round in circles. Everything happens at the same pace. And you know the routine, day after day.
Part of the routine for inmate Marian is recalling a drunken binge that ended fatally. One night, in a drunken rage, he killed his wife. Only at the moment he kills her does he realize his terrible deed.
I woke up and hit out with my fists 2 or 3 times. I didn't know it was my wife.
Out of fear of losing his privileges, Marian doesn't even consider escape. No wonder. Zenica is very well secured. The eastern side of Zenica borders a main traffic route, but it is secured by a 5-meter-high prison wall. Behind this is a security perimeter with another 5-meter-high fence. The north side is bordered by a field, intentionally. It provides perfect visibility to prevent escape or attacks from the outside. To the west, the walls of a ruined factory act as an extra barrier. Here, too, are miles of barbed wire, tons of steel. And behind it, a 1,300-meter-high mountain, a harsh wilderness, home to hungry bears and wolves. In the south are buildings for the prison police, with extra cameras, extra barbed wire, a steep slope, and extra concrete barriers. All this makes escape impossible from one of the world's toughest prisons. You are fortunate if you are one of the inmates who has a job inside the prison. The siren sounds for the metal and woodworkers at 6 a.m. It also summons the garbage and kitchen staff. Anyone working with dangerous tools is permanently watched, confined, and inspected after work every day. Like in the bakery, Iskar Halilovich's shift is about to end. Iskar belongs to the A group, the more privileged prisoners. The work is hard, but also a privilege.
The routine is to wake at 4 in the morning and be at work by 4:30. Work begins at 5 until 8 a.m. Then we're finished.
Zenica then provides little in the way of distractions. Fitness training, ball sports, and language classes.
When I get back from work, I go training. After training, I sleep for 2 hours, go to lunch, and then I'm in my cell until dinner. That's how it is every day.
Iskar earns 100 euros a month, which is transferred to a prison account. A lot of money because a coffee costs just 15 cents. Iskar's home in Zenica is Pavilion 5. The most privileged live here and enjoy more visiting rights than the others. This includes extra visiting time. Inmates typically have just 1 hour of visiting per month. Those with privileges get 3. Iskar even has his own small bathroom offering some privacy, but he never knows when or who will come to visit him.
I'm waiting for my mom and sister to visit me soon. It means a lot to me.
He has been in Zenica, one of the world's toughest prisons, for 5 years. His crime? Unpremeditated homicide.
I was in a bar with a buddy of mine. There was another guy there too. He was causing trouble. My buddy followed him out onto the street, pulled out his pistol, and shot him in the leg. I went after him, pulled out my knife, and rammed it into his chest.
Iskar did not betray his accomplice. While he lives in freedom outside, Iskar rarely sees daylight here. Group A and B inmates all have 2 hours of yard time each day. The guards let them out 1 floor at a time and keep the inmates under constant observation. The idea is that the fewer inmates in the yard at any one time, the fewer the chances of trouble, and also the less smuggling. Newcomers also use a separate yard. Just one wing provides greater freedom, the section for the relatively harmless. Inmates with good conduct can be rewarded with day release for re-socialization. but this also increases the risk of smuggling.
We're going to perform a cell search now. First, we're going to send in the sniffer dog, and then we come in after it. Ready? Okay, let's go.
The head of prison police is Zhytomyr Madic, one of the most powerful people in Zenica. He knows from experience that day release from prison is often a security risk for drugs, weapons, and cell phones.
Guys, I'll ask you once, do you have anything prohibited in here? This is your final chance to come clean. If we find anything, the sanctions will be severe. Stay silent while we conduct our search and obey our orders. Let's go.
The sniffer dog for drugs is trained to detect marijuana, cocaine, and heroin, the most traded merchandise by the Balkan Mafia. But he finds nothing here, for the time being.
Now we're going to search you and your belongings. Empty your pockets.
The prison police often find prohibited items: weapons, alcohol, flammable substances, tools. Items people smuggle into jail after their day release. It's all a kind of test of trust for the inmates too, which some fail. The guards have eyes and ears everywhere, also thanks to the many cameras, surveillance, and informers.
We usually find knives, drugs, phones, sharp objects for defense or weapons to attack others.
Zhytomyr finds nothing here, but a colleague has noticed something suspicious.
We got new information that the contraband is hidden in another cell.
If they find something there, then all privileges will be lost. The inmates involved are then immediately placed in the high security section, a place that all here fear. Pavilion 4. The securest block in the whole of Zenica, with 2 extra fences and barbed wire barricades. A prison within a prison. The man who calls the shots here is Urso, a highly decorated civil servant, 6'5" and weighing 290 pounds. He's been working in the prison's most dangerous block for many years and knows exactly how to ensure maximum security.
We ensure security by controlling the prisoners and their movements. Inmates here are segregated. All their actions and movements are checked and are under constant surveillance.
The prisoners in Pavilion 4 are a mix of Bosnia's most dangerous men, mainly war criminals and serial killers. Then there are those who don't keep to the prison rules. Pavilion 4 is their punishment.
During a check of this prison cell, for example, the prisoner was clearly uneasy. So I went in to see what his problem was. I noticed he was holding an object in his hand. I had no idea what it was at the time. He suddenly went for my throat with the object. He tried to kill me. We reacted instantly and overpowered him.
The inmates on this block have no contact with the rest of the prison. They also have a bed, table, and wardrobe. But their doors are always locked, and for 23 hours a day, they are not allowed out. They even have to eat in isolation. Their only freedom, the 1-hour yard time. Their potential for aggression is high.
To do this job, you not only need physical but also mental strength. Sometimes you have to be smart and not use physical force. But in any situation, I always expect a physical confrontation.
Time for the next inspection. Boris has the cells checked every hour.
Look in every cell and check what the situation is and what the prisoners are doing, whether they are sitting or lying on their beds. Warn them if they are lying down. Go.
Lying down during the day is not allowed throughout the entire prison. This ensures inmates will be tired in the evening and will then sleep at night. But the prison police have harsher measures. In Pavilion 2, Boris inspects a very special device that everyone here is proud of. Using a self-made toilet construction, the guards randomly monitor the inmates' bowel movements. If drug smuggling is suspected, the excrement of the person concerned is collected in a fine mesh metal sieve.
We also check inmates here who have been on day release and allowed into town or home for the weekend. They are often blackmailed by other inmates not allowed such privileges. They're told to smuggle drugs in. If we have valid concerns, then we bring the person here.
Any drug packets that have been swallowed then get stuck in the sieve. Next door is another special facility for prisoners, an isolation cell. You end up here for any kind of aggression, whether against guards or other inmates.
We put inmates in here who are exceptionally aggressive and disrespectful of the prison rules. Such people are difficult to manage in large groups, so we isolate them in this cell. The walls here are made of rubber so that the prisoner can't hurt himself. A straitjacket is used to bring the person under control. We restrain them to prevent them from hurting themselves or others.
The psycho cell. The rubber surfaces have gradually been ripped off by inmates. Dirt and excrement are evidence of absolute despair. On the few sharp edges, inmates have attempted to free themselves, to slit their wrists, or to smash in their heads. The psycho cell in Zenica, one of the toughest prisons in the world. The southern part of the complex is occupied by the so-called barracks. This is the base for the guards and special anti-riot squad. Training takes place away from the prison walls, away from the eyes and ears of the inmates. No one should know about the deployment strategies. The special squad is always on standby in case of riots or fights. They are only armed with shields, handcuffs, and batons. The rest is pure muscle power. Training takes place 2 to 3 times a week.
Get ready. Team 1, move in. Team 2, go.
Physical fitness is essential. Everyone in the squad undergoes regular checks. The last riot was in 2003. Inmates barricaded their block, scaled the roof, and set it on fire. It took 12 days and a force of 150 men to end it. The prison management learned lessons from it and de-escalate situations not only with force, but also with relatively good food. The principle? Full stomachs prevent rioting. The canteen, therefore, has lots to offer. All inmates get 3 free meals a day: potatoes, rice, pasta, but also meat, cheese, vitamins, and dessert. The prison spends around 50 euros a month on food per inmate. Anything extra, inmates must buy in the prison store with their own money. Candy bars start at 30 cents. A pack of cigarettes costs €2.50. Payment is made by coupons, which are purchased with real money. One of the helpers providing the relatively good food here is the convicted thief Vikovic Jevat. He's been here for 4 years. His privilege, a job in the kitchen, but it causes envy.
If things aren't going good for you, then they shouldn't be going good for others. That's how about 80% of the people here think.
Vikovic used to incite riots. His punishment? Solitary confinement. He has adapted and now follows the rules. The system worked, and he has learned his lesson. His prison job earns him 100 euros a month, 1/7 of the average Bosnian income. But he worries that he'll soon be back inside after his release.
I hope I won't return here, but it's something I can't promise, because I don't know what to expect on the outside. Maybe I'll stay out of here, maybe I won't. You just never know.
Vikovic's current prospects, working in the canteen for another 2 years and 4 months. But his prospects outside the prison walls are even less. The city of Zenica does have a steel plant as a potential employer, but Bosnia is the 7th most corrupt country in Europe. Many say that you're more likely to get a tumor than get a job because of the pollution from industry. After corruption, drug use and drug trafficking are the major problems. The consequences of which lead here, one of the toughest prisons in the world. The cell of convicted thief Vikovic is on the 3rd floor of Pavilion 1. In his sparse cell with a hard bed, basic equipment includes a TV and a simple wooden wardrobe. This is Vikovic's 2nd time here. Before he went to jail, he was up to his neck in debt because he had a low-paying job and refused to work himself to death.
I needed money, but I didn't want to work myself to death. So I looked around for someone who had money. People knew a pensioner who had savings. I attacked him in his house and stole everything he had.
The spoils of the theft, 1,800 euros. The verdict, guilty. The sentence, 6.5 years. Vikovic takes advantage of the few freedoms he has, such as smoking in the common room. He expects to reoffend as soon as he is free again, and is already thinking about the next robbery.
I'll do it my own way. I've thought about starting something again, but you can't do it alone. The people I know would back down. Heck, there's nothing left in the banks. There's no money in Bosnia. Hey, you, shut up, I'm talking. You should show some respect.
After this exchange, Vikovic may have a new enemy on his wing. Rivalries get especially dangerous at night. Time for the inspection rounds by Zelmedine and Muhammad. At night and on weekends, fewer prison police officers work. The potential for trouble, therefore, increases. Despite all the measures, prisoners keep trying to escape. In the latest incident, escapees took a hostage in the infirmary as day was breaking. They then attempted to escape by ambulance. Only government special forces were able to stop them.
It's very important that we're here at nighttime to keep security high. Inmates then know that we are monitoring them all the time, ensuring the highest possible level of security.
Prison police officers and patrols work regularly at night. They also lock indoor corridors and outdoor doors, as well as connecting corridors. As soon as the last prisoners have eaten dinner, prison police count inmates, and then it's off to the cells. Maximum isolation of the inmates is now important to prevent smuggling as well as violence under the cover of darkness. And it's not just about the inmates. Senior guards are also on watch, checking their own colleagues as well. There are always guards who have misused their power. These undergo disciplinary proceedings, but so far there have been no criminal charges. One thing is clear, any night can become a nightmare for everyone, and one of the toughest prisons in the world.
Any evidence of someone who might cause trouble? We can provide support.
We don't need anyone at the moment. Everything is under control.
Okay. All right. See you later. Keep up the good work. Good night.
The shift finishes, and now begins nighttime silence. At 10 p.m., the lights go out in Zenica. The inmates don't even have control over the light switches. Guards switch off the power at midnight. Zenica, a fortress built in 1886, has survived many rebellions, escape attempts, and 2 world wars. But every single night remains a challenge. A new day, which first means a change of shifts for the prison police. Guards report for duty every day to keep the largest prison in Bosnia and the former Yugoslavia secure within its 5.5-meter high walls. None carry firearms. This is to prevent weapons getting into the hands of the inmates. Guards keep firearms in only one secret location, in a safe. Weapons include M4 automatic assault rifles, the only permanently armed guards are in the towers. A total of 6 towers surround the prison. The towers resemble bunkers and are accessible only from outside the prison. There is no way to access the towers or the weapons from within the prison walls. From up here, the guards can see into every corner of the prison. A breakout would be extremely dangerous. And if an inmate does try, the guards have clear orders to shoot without hesitation. Bosnian law allows it. Even the section for the more harmless prisoners is within reach of the tower guards. The inmates there are let out regularly. And they regularly smuggle in illegal goods, from weapons to drugs. Boss Selmadine and his team of investigators are following up on a hot lead.
We have new information that the drugs should be in there.
In here?
Exactly.
They believe an inmate who was on cleaning duty is hiding illegal goods in this storage room used by prison staff. A job for the sniffer dog, who instantly finds something. But what is it? The prison police follow strict protocols when carrying out investigations and must always double-check. Dual control by 2 officers is required.
Here is a box.
Okay, what's in the box?
2 grams of marijuana have been found. Good news for the search team, but very bad news for the person who smuggled in and hid the weed. The evidence is clear. The prison police instantly apprehend the inmate who was observed at the scene of the crime.
Because we have reasonable suspicion that you have committed multiple serious violations, you will be taken to Pavilion 4.
I'm innocent.
Young man, keep out of it. We know what we're doing.
But he's not guilty.
Handcuff him and take him away.
Re-socialization has again failed. The inmate has re-offended, despite privileges such as day release. So he will instantly lose all his privileges and will be punished. There will be no contact with other inmates from now on. Solitary confinement under constant surveillance. Awaiting him is the prison within the prison.
We have removed him from his cell. We will now lock him up in Pavilion 4 because of what he's done.
Locked up with war criminals, serial killers, and rapists.
Stand there. Hello, colleague.
Hello.
The person has committed a range of serious offenses. We have brought him here for you to accommodate him.
Do you want me to lock him up in here?
Exactly that.
Solitary confinement lasts 5, 7, 10, 15, or even 20 days, depending on the offense. Drug smuggling is serious. He is sure to get the maximum.
If you continue to violate disciplinary rules, proceedings will be initiated against you. Do you understand me?
Yes.
His life is now one of solitary confinement, 23 hours a day. He will also have to eat from a tray from now on, in his cell. His visitation rights will also be reduced to a minimum. The building for visits is located near the entrance area. Behind 2 security gates begins the realm of guard Emma Imsirovic. Previously a rifle shooter for the Bosnian national team, now a security guard. She presides over 5 visiting rooms. Her job is not too stressful. Many inmates have only 1 visitation time slot per month, and for just 60 minutes. If the visitor cannot come, inmates are allowed to use the 60 minutes for a video call. Only inmates with good behavior and minor offenses are eligible for privileges. For these privileged people, there is even a room for sex.
People arriving here are often drunk, and they make trouble. Of course, that's absolutely forbidden. They then get thrown out by the prison police and are not allowed to return.
Prisoners like convicted murderer Izgar never know if and when visitors will come. They get told at short notice. It's a rare highlight for him. His visitors come from Bosnia's capital, Sarajevo. The journey takes 45 minutes and incurs highway tolls. Visitors are also allowed to bring prisoners up to 7 kilos of food, but not in glass or Tetra packaging.
It means so much to me when my mother and sister visit.
Apart from those two, no one visits Izgar in here. It is the only chance he gets to hear family news. Under the eyes of the cameras and guard, he soaks up every single syllable.
My life has come to a standstill. I lost my father too, but my brother, that was worse. I found my father dead and didn't cry, but I did for my brother. Now my whole life is about getting him out.
It is less than 1 meter to the other side, but the world on the other side of the partition remains out of reach. He has already served 5 years and has 7 years still to serve. After the 60 minutes is up, it's back to monotony. All he has left of the visit are cookies and crossword puzzles from the outside world, until the next visit, if it comes. Until then, he will be spending his time in Zenica with the same 550 inmates as in the years before. But Izgar isn't giving up.
I want to find a girlfriend, get married, have children, and a normal job.
And convicted wife murderer Marian intends to get more privileges.
If I can get through the next 5.5 years, then I'll be out. But I need to keep myself fit.
Head of prison police Elmedine remains ready for anything.
Physical violence towards us or other inmates is a constant threat, or prison property gets damaged.
Muhammad and his colleagues want to keep one step ahead of the prisoners.
The most important rule is keeping the inmates under surveillance. That's everyday routine for us.
Boris will severely punish rule breakers and isolate them for weeks.
Extreme situations will always occur. Attacks against us or self-harm.
And convicted murderer Mile will keep blaming himself for the next 10 years.
To be honest, if I'd had the sense then that I have now, I would never have ended up here. Just that moment where I didn't think, when I was just neck high in it all, and then it was all over.
Convicted thief Vikovic has only 2.5 years left to serve and is already making plans on how to get hold of money then.
It's difficult to reconnect outside. I will try, but you know how that will end.
They all have one thing in common, a life of monotony, without prospects, no chance to get away from everything here. War criminals, murderers, rapists, all crammed together in a fortress built in 1886. The path they have chosen has brought them to Bosnia's largest prison, Zenica, one of the toughest prisons in the world. A different world, which only the strongest endure.
We're just trying not to go crazy in here.
Locked up and punished.
It's forbidden to talk to the other prisoners.
All this behind bars. Gangs. Violence. Drugs. Harassment. A daily struggle for survival in the toughest prisons in the world. Zhytomyr, Ukraine, a large, drab city in a country ravaged by economic crises, war, and corruption. The average wage is just 300 euros per month. Crime has been on the rise for years. Those breaking the law are very likely to end up here. Colony 8, one of the toughest and most notorious prisons in Ukraine. It is said that no one has ever escaped from here. Over 800 prisoners are behind bars here under maximum security.
Every inmate here has committed at least 2 murders.
Until 20 years ago, the guards even carried out death sentences at this wall. One section of the prison is particularly notorious, the wing for the 160 lifers.
You have to be ready for anything from these people. Attacks, suicide, mutilation, anything can happen. You cannot drop your guard for a second.
If you end up in this wing, you have absolutely nothing to lose. Life imprisonment in Ukraine means being behind bars until you die. 8 o'clock in the morning, guards in Colony 8 begin their shift. Alexander Basiliuk is the senior guard in the wing for lifers.
I hope the day goes well and there will be no major incidents.
Anyone, whether guard, lawyer, or visitor, entering or leaving Colony 8 must first pass through the security check. Cell phones, weapons, drugs, alcohol, even energy drinks are strictly forbidden. The entrance building is separated from the rest of the prison by several doors and a security corridor. If a prisoner actually manages to escape from his cell, he won't get further than here.
The prison is made up almost entirely of locks, doors, and electronic surveillance systems.
Colony 8 resembles a fortress. There is barbed wire everywhere you look, barred windows, and snipers and watchtowers. 4-meter-high twin walls around the perimeter. Whatever is concealed between these two walls is a state secret. Not even the guards know what it looks like in there. For the 40 guards working here, the day starts with a briefing. Every incident, no matter how small, is reported. Everyone listens very carefully. This information can be life-saving. The guards need to be ready for anything.
Cell 319. The detainee is mentally unstable and prone to self-harm. Cell 115. Feshenko is a suicide risk. Increased surveillance. The cellmate is depressed. Increased surveillance here too.
A shift lasts 24 hours in Ukraine's toughest prison. 24 hours spent with the country's worst criminals. Around 70 cameras in the buildings ensure that anything moving gets noticed. And even if it doesn't seem like it, behind the old-fashioned looking facade, there is a sophisticated and highly complex security system. Inmates are housed in the multi-level main building, located in the center of the prison grounds. 3 levels of security are provided. Pre-trial detention, where around 400 criminals are awaiting trial, some of them for years. Level 2, felons with a sentence of up to 15 years in prison. And the wing for lifers, housed in a separate wing of the building. It is a prison within a prison. 160 felons are sitting here, all multiple murderers or terrorists. Access to this wing is specially secured. To gain entry, Senior Guard Alexander must go through a multi-level security system of mechanical and electronic locks. These measures are intended to prevent prisoners from escaping, if they manage to overpower a guard.
Major, there were no incidents in the lifers' wing.
Anything else?
All good.
90 cells spread over 3 floors. Prisoners are either held in the cells alone or in pairs, behind thick steel doors sealed off from the outside world. Contact with others is strictly forbidden. Signs on each door give information about the name, age, and crime of the cell inmates. They also indicate whether an inmate is particularly aggressive or suicidal. Senior Guard Alexander begins his shift each morning with cell inspections.
I check whether the prisoners are actually in their cells, what their state of health is, what the cell looks like, and whether there are any irregularities.
Cells are not open for this purpose. Guards try to avoid direct contact with inmates whenever possible.
The biggest threat to us is an attack. Everyone here is condemned to life imprisonment. They have nothing to lose. This makes them very dangerous. Working here is a daily battle.
When a cell is opened, at least 3 guards are present. The procedure follows strict rules. When the guard opens the door, the prisoners have to stand in the middle of the cell with their arms folded behind their backs. Volodymyr Ostrovsky knows the procedure. He has been in Colony 8 for 23 years, convicted of 2 murders. He shares 12 square meters with a cellmate. Toilet, sink, bed. Space isn't available for much more here.
You get used to everything. You adapt, you survive. That's probably the most accurate way to describe what we're doing here. Surviving. And trying not to go insane.
Like almost everyone here, Volodymyr clings to the hope of being pardoned. In theory, after 20 years, a pardon is possible. In practice, only a handful of pardons have been granted in recent decades.
I committed murder when I was drunk. There was an argument. Somebody offended me and I just couldn't take it. My attitude was different back then than it is today. Then it happened. I ended up killing people. What can I say?
Since that day 23 years ago, his life has played out in 12 square meters. Besides freedom, what the inmates miss most are trivial little things.
Hot water, you can only get it from a kettle.
Zhytomyr is one of the few lifers who are allowed to leave their cell at least for a few hours a day to work, although only under high security measures. The doorways are just 60 centimeters wide. Passing through them must be sideways. This is to prevent inmates rushing the guards. A search then takes place outside the cell.
I make sure that the prisoner is not carrying any forbidden items. For example, a sharpened handle from a spoon or something, or a cell phone.
Escorted by 2 guards, they go to a workshop in another wing. A special feature of Colony 8, prisoners never have to go outside, whether they are being taken to work, to the doctor, or for a meeting with a lawyer. Every single area is accessible by stairs, corridors, or walkways. One more measure to prevent inmates from escaping. When a lifer leaves a wing, they are also escorted by a dog handler. The prison's dogs are trained to know the difference between uniforms and other clothing. This will ensure that the dogs only attack inmates in the event of an altercation. Even disguises would not help the inmates, because the dogs also identify prisoners by smell. The security concept has proven itself to be successful.
The prison is more than 100 years old now, and no one has ever managed to escape from it.
For lifers, the prison runs 6 different workshops. Zhytomyr works in the carpentry workshop. He spends 8 hours here in a space of just under 50 square meters. Luxury compared to his mini cell. And he gets to have contact with others. Up to 5 inmates work together in one workshop. But you need to have had a good track record to be allowed to work, because prisoners who work get access to tools. Tools that are ideal for use as weapons. Being allowed to work, however, is a privilege. And Zhytomyr and the other inmates are well aware that anyone who starts acting conspicuously will have such a privilege instantly revoked.
Prisoners who are allowed to work are carefully selected by the prison management. We have been psychologically examined to check our state of mind and to make sure that we can get along with the others here. Work is very important to me. There are so many constraints on us everywhere, so having the opportunity to interact with others is invaluable.
The prisoners who work earn around 30 euros a month, money which they can use to buy food or cigarettes. But the most important thing they get is an escape from boredom and monotony, at least for a few hours a day. Those not among the privileged few who work vegetate in their cells, practically around the clock, without any contact with others. In Ukrainian prisons, more than 50 prisoners take their own lives every year. But those who behave impeccably over decades may get the chance of being transferred to another, better prison. Just beyond the walls of Colony 8 lies a second prison, Colony 4. In Soviet times, it was a labor camp for over 3,000 people. Today, it is a medium security prison. The concept plenty of freedom of movement for the prisoners on the one hand, military drill and draconian punishments on the other. 5:45 in the morning. It's still quiet in Colony 4. Just the guards on the night shift making their rounds. But that is about to change. A total of 800 inmates are serving out their prison sentences here. Murderers, robbers, rapists, violent criminals, drug dealers. The prison's special feature? Instead of cells, inmates live in large communal accommodation blocks. Wake up is at 6 o'clock sharp. The prisoners then have exactly 10 minutes to get ready for the morning roll call in the yard. Maxim Deriliu has now been in prison for 5 years. He was convicted of assaulting a police officer. He has 4 more years to go. 4 years in which every day is the same as the next.
We get up, have breakfast, and then go to work.
6:10. After the guards have checked that no one is left in the building, the roll call follows.
Праворуч всі виходимо на їдальню. Праворуч виходимо на їдальню.
Handcuffs and body searches do not exist here. To keep control of the 130 inmates of the accommodation block, the guards instead rely on military drills.
Seven zero. 7-1. 7-2, step forward.
Every morning, the same procedure. And everyone knows, if one of the inmates steps out of line, the whole group is punished. A narrow corridor leads to Colony 4's canteen. The prisoners eat here 3 times a day. More than 800 prisoners need to be fed in just 1 hour. The food is served on a conveyor belt. Although all prison inmates gather here together during mealtimes, calm and discipline prevail. All fear the consequences of breaking the rules. Breakfast: a bowl of porridge, a slice of bread, and a beaker of juice. It doesn't look appetizing, but the inmates are used to it.
Most of the time, you can eat it.
They don't have a choice anyway. If you don't like the food, tough luck. Right after breakfast, it's off to work for Maxim. Before entering the workshop area, he needs to register at a checkpoint.
Last name?
Deriliu.
Name? Patronym?
Maxim Avinovich.
Date of birth?
February 23rd, 1995.
In the workshop area, prisoners are free to move during working hours without being escorted by guards. Colony 4 covers an area of almost 20,000 square meters. The administrative buildings are located at the entrance. Behind it are 6 accommodation blocks. Each one houses more than 100 prisoners. The largest part of the prison grounds, however, is taken up by the workshops. In the past, goods were produced here on a piecework basis. and delivered by train across the whole Soviet Union. Most of the buildings have now fallen into disrepair. Whereas several thousand prisoners were once housed in the colony, today there are just 800, and not all of them work. The inmates mainly process timber. The prison then sells the products to cover parts of its costs. Working conditions are abysmal. Hardly any protective equipment, outdated machinery, dust, and dirt. Earnings depend on production volumes. In other words, if the inmates are lazy, they earn hardly anything. Nevertheless, most of them willingly put in the effort, like Maxime.
Of course it's exhausting work, but you get privileges. Plus the time passes faster when you're working. I've got a long sentence. What else am I gonna do? Just sit around? What for? In this way I can make a little bit of money.
It is striking that not a single guard is to be seen in the entire workshop. Just a workshop manager who supervises the work.
I don't have a gun. If there is trouble, specially trained people are available to take care of it. But it's always better to just keep calm and talk to people.
800 prisoners who are relatively free to move around the entire grounds, and only around 30 guards. Nevertheless, deterrence is the primary means of keeping control. Guards patrol the entire grounds randomly, and anyone caught doing anything forbidden faces harsh penalties. Nearly 100 cameras are also spread around the site. In the main monitoring room, images are scanned 24 hours a day to spot any misdemeanors. Another method of keeping the prisoners in check and demonstrating the authority of the guards are the periodic searches of the accommodation blocks.
You do the first 2 beds and the nightstands. You, the next 2 beds and nightstands. You, the next 2 beds and the nightstands. We're looking for anything that's forbidden for prisoners to possess. Everything must be reported, understood? Let's go.
There's no privacy here. Guards rummage mercilessly through every corner of the dormitory. They know how creative inmates can be in concealing things.
Bedding, pillows, or mattresses could be used as hiding places. We also often find forbidden things in the nightstands. We've just found a magnet that can be used to fix and conceal things underneath beds.
Anything not officially permitted is confiscated, even seemingly harmless items. Prisoners should get a sense for who is in charge in prison. The findings this time: curtains, an extension cord, a magnet, and a nail.
Okay, we're done with the search. The confiscated items need to be documented. Any comments? Let's go.
On to the next search, leaving behind a mess. Those owning the confiscated items will be held accountable. Anyone getting out of line will end up here. The pit. That's what the prisoners call the prison's isolation wing. For a first offense, prisoners are held here for 2 weeks. 24 hours a day in solitary confinement with no distractions and plenty of time to reflect. If that hasn't been long enough for them to see sense, The next time, the stay will be much longer. The most severe punishment in Colony 4 is daily routine next door in Colony 8. Isolation and maximum security, a prison built for the country's most serious criminals. Each window has a cell number next to it, so if video cameras pick up anything suspicious, guards know instantly where to go. These are the men who intervene in the event of violence, attempted escape, or rioting. Specially trained guards practice how to keep control in extreme situations several times a week. Another security measure is for any vehicle entering or leaving the prison to pass through a security checkpoint and undergo strict inspection by Ihor Dobrovolsky. The main objective for inspecting vehicles leaving the prison is to prevent an escape. Officer Dobrovolsky checks to make sure no inmate is hiding under the trash. The horse cart is clean and may exit. Any vehicle entering the prison also undergoes a search. Smuggling via deliveries to the prison is a major problem in Ukraine.
Passport, cell phone, documents.
Some inmates are willing to pay a lot to get their hands on highly sought-after items, such as cell phones or drugs. And sometimes drivers who earn a monthly wage of just 200 euros take the opportunity to make a little extra money.
The whole vehicle could be used to conceal things. Items could be hidden in the engine compartment using magnets. Or here, under the fender. You just never know. Stuff could be anywhere.
Cash, cell phones, alcohol, drugs, and weapons are the things that are most often smuggled.
I found all kinds of things. I wouldn't know what to tell you about first. There's so many things.
The officer takes more than half an hour to check the truck. He doesn't find any contraband. The driver is cleared to drive into the prison grounds. When he leaves, Ihor will again thoroughly check the truck. Most deliveries to the prison end up here, in the kitchen. 3 times a day, a team of 10 inmates prepares food for the prisoners in Colony 8. Right now, they're getting lunch ready. Soup, grains, and fish. Supervising the kitchen is Anatoly Shutsky. His task is to check that the prisoners are working and that the meals are reasonably edible. He is also responsible for handing out knives.
I document every knife that I hand out. I record the time, who gets the knife, and when the knife has been returned.
If a knife is missing in the evening, nobody leaves the kitchen until it is returned.
I've been here for 18 years. So far, I have not had any problems with the prisoners.
Working in the prison kitchen is a highly sought-after job among inmates. The work is not too strenuous and the pay is good. However, inmates are selected according to strict criteria. Those convicted of violent crimes or murder have no chance of getting a kitchen job. Zhytomyr has been in Colony 8 for 2 years, convicted of multiple thefts. The qualified bricklayer has been working in the prison kitchen for a year.
Outside of prison, I cooked for myself. That's how I learned how to do it. Of course, it was better at home than here, but it's okay.
No one here expects much anyway.
I'm happy to have the job. It means I can buy something nice from the store. Sausages, cookies, candy, coffee, tea.
The prison budget for food is just €1 per day and per inmate, or about 30 cents per meal. Grains, potatoes, and cheap fish are the main ingredients of every meal. The highlight is an indefinable sauce. Before the food is served to the inmates, the prison staff must taste it. This is to prevent inmates settling grievances by spoiling the food. The honorable task falls to the deputy duty officer and the prison's hygiene officer. Only when they have tasted each dish may the food be served to the inmates. The verdict after a few spoonfuls?
Sufficient calories, lots of carbs. So for the people serving their sentences here, it's really not bad.
Not bad, you're right. Grains, fish, sauce, everything. The soup also has enough ingredients. Tastes good.
Just a signature is required. Then the cooks may get the food ready for serving. Flasks ensure that the food is at least not completely cold by the time it reaches the inmates. There is no canteen here, like the one next door in Colony 4. It would be far too dangerous. The prisoners are served the food in their cells. The doors are not even opened. Bowls are passed through small hatches. The high-risk inmates should have as little contact as possible, but they all get as much food as they want. Once a day, the lifers are allowed to leave their cell to go to the courtyard. What sounds nice is in reality a small cell without a roof, with the prisoners being under constant surveillance.
It is forbidden to talk to the other prisoners next door. Everyone has yard time individually. 1 hour max.
Most inmates use the short time for exercise, as does Pavlo Maximyuk. The 35-year-old was the head of a big gang, which was responsible for multiple robberies and several murders. He's been here for 12 years.
Being out in the fresh air and doing exercise is important to me. I have a family and children. I want to keep myself healthy so that when I'm free, I can live a normal life.
The unrealistic dream of being freed from prison also keeps him alive. Life would otherwise be too difficult to endure here.
We're locked in our cells for 23 hours a day. You read, you watch television, you exercise. When it's cold, I also do my exercises in the cell. There's breakfast, lunch. I watch movies, news, what's going on in the world. You get used to it. You kind of adapt mentally and physically. There's nothing much else to do.
For most inmates of Colony 8, this is the highlight of the day. 1 hour in a small roofless cell with no contact to others. Just a stone's throw away, things look very different. In the second prison, Colony 4, the inmates live in large shared accommodation blocks, also under strict security measures, but with a relatively large amount of freedom. The accommodation blocks have no locks, and the inmates can move around freely. A TV room and a kitchenette are available. A team of permanent guards ensures things remain calm and orderly. They check that the prisoners comply with all the rules. Any infringement, no matter how small, is meticulously documented and sanctioned.
For example, not wearing the uniform correctly is a violation of the rules. If the name tag is not sewn on, then the inmate must go before a disciplinary committee.
Just 1 or 2 negative reports mean zero chance of being released early from prison. Those who behave exemplary and work or get money from their families can go shopping in the prison's own shop. You can get almost everything here: tea, coffee, sausages, candy. Only cigarettes are not sold. They can only be brought in or sent by families. In addition to food, there are also plenty of everyday items. Especially important, toilet paper. Because it isn't provided by the prison. That means if you don't have money, you won't have toilet paper.
They usually buy soap, shaving cream, and, of course, toothpaste. And notebooks are very popular.
Larissa and her colleague Tetiana are the only female employees in the prison. They have been working in the prison shop every afternoon for over 30 years. By now, they have gotten used to dealing with the exclusively male prisoners, but that had not always been the case.
I was a little scared at first. For several months, I had bad dreams. Back then, they all had shaved heads. They all looked the same. I was still young.
To make a purchase from the kiosk, prisoners need to first order from and pay Tetiana. There is no cash. This is intended to prevent illegal dealings and hierarchies forming among prisoners. Those who work get their wages credited directly to a prison account. Families can also pay money into it. And Tetiana conscientiously keeps records of every penny the inmates spend at her store.
The prisoners give their last name. I then ask to which section they belong, whether to 2 or 4 or to 5. Then I check which section the person is in, take his file, check how much money he has. Here, for example, 114.18. I write the date, the amount, and then the inmate signs.
For inmates, shopping is one of the rare opportunities to exchange at least a few brief words with someone from outside the walls. It's very different next door, in the maximum security prison. The maxim here is as little contact as possible for the prisoners. Hardly a word is spoken, even when serving food. The corridors are deserted most of the time. The inmates sit well secured behind thick steel doors in their cells, monitored by a multitude of cameras. Communication of any kind between the inmates is strictly forbidden. But if you have a lot of time on your hands, you get creative. Prisoners exchange news and trade cigarettes and food by string mail. Apart from knocking signals, this is the only way to communicate with others. The guards are, of course, aware of it, but they do not always catch the perpetrators in the act. But this is not the only challenge for senior guard Alexander.
Every day is a game of chess. They try to beat us, we try to beat them. A game that ultimately has consequences. If they don't understand that they're behaving badly, then they will be punished.
One of the measures taken by the guards: regular searches. At least once a month, Alexander and his team search each of the 100 cells. The procedure is always the same. One prisoner leaves the cramped cell with his belongings, the other stays inside.
Turn around.
First, a body search. The guard and prisoner are now together in a very confined space. The risk of being attacked is now at its greatest.
We're looking for forbidden items, sharp objects, alcohol, drugs, cell phones.
The guards do not have any modern search equipment. The prison does not have the money. Instead, they have to rely on their eyes and experience.
The prisoners have been here for many years. They're constantly thinking about ways to hide things. They hide the stuff in the toilet, under the bed, in the buckets. They're also hiding places in books. There's nothing in here this time, but often they cut out pages and then hide forbidden things in the empty space.
Besides drugs, alcohol, and money, the guards are mainly looking for one thing: homemade weapons that prisoners can use to attack guards. With a little skill, you can make a weapon out of almost anything, from cutlery to a tin of shaving cream. In the worst case, it could cost a guard his life. 40 minutes later, the search is over.
We didn't find anything forbidden this time.
After both inmates and all their belongings have been returned to the cell, the doors are relocked. The inmates will now remain locked in their cell until the next day's courtyard visit. Fair treatment, according to the guards.
I can't feel sorry for them, or I'd be doing the wrong job. When you work here, you can't perceive them as normal people. Yes, they are human beings who also need to be treated as human beings, but they have committed serious crimes and should never be trusted.
It's getting dark. the beginning of the worst part of the day for the prisoners. No more distractions provided by work or meal times. Instead, nothing but a gaping sense of boredom and plenty of time to reflect. Ex-gang boss Pavlik spends most of his day watching TV. He is serving his sentence alone in a solitary cell.
I think a lot. I just sit around. Almost the whole day I'm alone. It automatically makes you think. Unfortunately, there's no technology available to determine whether someone has reformed themselves and could be allowed out. Everybody's just hoping. Me too. I've been here for a long time.
His only company, his cat. Prison management tolerates cats in the cells as long as the prisoners take good care of them.
I call him my son. We play and cuddle. You get used to each other. I've already been asked if I'm going to take him when I leave here. How can I leave him here? I'll take him with me.
But the reality is different. Neither of them will probably ever leave this cell again.
Bedtime.
On the stroke of 10 o'clock, the guard turns off the lights. The light switches are on the outside. For the next 8 hours, the prisoners must lie in their beds. They are not permitted to watch television or to have any conversations with their cellmates. Next door in Colony 4, there is also silence. Here too, from 10 o'clock onwards, anyone not on night shift in the workshop must be in their beds. The guards check that everyone is present. Then, the lights are switched off here as well. Thus ends another day in Ukraine's toughest prison. A prison where some of its inmates will most certainly never leave alive. Locked behind bars until the end of their days.